What's good, boys? I think we're live. I don't know. What's good, boys? Today, I've got quite a long, I'll just say a lot of stuff to get through. I've been kind of constructing this over the past, I don't know, let's say 3 or 4 days now, off and on, and I got a lot of material to go through. And I've kind of constructed, in some ways, a little bit of a summary / letter to kind of explain this, because I know I'm going to make a lot of people mad with this if a lot of people see it, especially from the Catholic side. Okay, I'm not really trying to blur any lines. I'm not trying to build any specific bridges. My narrative is going to be very much focusing on the doctrinal elements being the main reasons why Freemasonry and Catholicism don't go together. But I also know that a lot of the objections specifically to Masonry comes primarily from just a lack of rigor whenever it comes to looking into it. You have a lot of these people in like the charismatic crowd where they put such a spiritual component on it. And we're going to go through like 5 or 6 different hoaxes that I've got on here and that I've kind of what I consider disproven. But I see Masonry as a search for truth that's kind of just blinded by the actual essence. It's the main lack is the theosis component. And I'll just go ahead and start off by just going through what I've got right here. So basically, and I'm going to kind of connect it to a lot of the fraternalism and the mystical components of Masonry. So, throughout human history, men have longed for something greater than themselves, a deeper purpose, a connection to the transcendent, a shared pursuit of truth. This longing gave rise to ancient mystery schools. And by this, I mean like this whole system where back before we had our revelation of Christ, it was kind of like you had all these different religions and all these different little sects. You had the schools in Athens and all this stuff. And a lot of them had this kind of secretive component to it. And I'll get more into the mystery schools later, but sacred societies where initiates pass through symbolic rituals and teachings to awaken higher understanding and spiritual discipline. In the modern era, Freemasonry has inherited much of this structure, offering men a fraternity grounded in moral development, symbolism, and a commitment to building character and unity. It has, at its best, provided a space for reflection, mentorship, and community, something deeply needed. I've got notes on this, so I'm trying to stay accurate. Something deeply needed in our increasingly fractured and secular society. A modern life loses touch with ritual, tradition, and authentic human connection. Institutions like Freemasonry stand as a testament to mankind's enduring hunger for order, meaning, and brotherhood. Yet, and this is where I'm going to kind of deviate, as noble as these efforts may be, they fall short of the fullness of truth. The Catholic Church offers not merely a path of symbolic ascent, but actual theosis, the transformation of man into partaker in the divine nature through grace. The Church does not present vague notions of a supreme architect, but proclaims the living God made flesh in Jesus Christ. Its sacraments do not represent moral ideals, they convey divine power. Catholicism fulfills the deepest intentions of the mystery traditions by rooting them in revelation, grace, and communion with God. Now, this is the interesting thing. As I was doing my studies, and I went through so many different resources and everything, I went to like the super biased Catholic people who think like still believe in what we'll get into later as the Taxil Hoax, which is that Masonry, Masons drink blood and all this crazy stuff that is easily disproven. I mean, you got to put this in. A lot of Catholics see Masons as like the antagonist to Catholicism, when we have to really remember we are 1.4 billion people with a Lord and Savior that conquered all evil, conquered death itself. And we're afraid of an organization that has 6 million members in it internationally. That's just one thing. As well as in the early days of Catholicism, Christianity, I believe Catholicism to be the progression from the apostles onward. I know a lot of the Orthodox and stuff like that make that their claim, but I'm going to just use Catholicism in that definition. There was lots of mysterious elements to it, okay? The gospel message wasn't this wide-known thing where people were so familiar with the story of Jesus, they could simply just say it's not true because, oh, that's just kind of like Santa Claus. I've heard that 1,000 times. That's just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? We all know those people who they know the gospel so like socially or culturally, better said, but they don't really know the gospel. They don't really have any connection to the gospel. In the early days, it was kind of nobody read. Everything was taught by tradition in the church. There was a lot more mysticism to it. And even now, this is one thing that'll prove this point. The Orthodox, who their whole thing is that they have the original liturgy, they have all these original things, they actually ask their catechumens to leave whenever they do the Eucharist. When they, I don't know if it's when they go to consummate it, but I think it's whenever they go to just serve it. They make them leave the room. And you don't really see that in like Novus Ordo Catholic masses or even Latin mass, but it's a very interesting thing. And I'm not going to really focus on this point too long, but just think about this. Within Masonry, and we're going to get into the rituals, I have footage of rituals that I found. I have all these books that mirror the videotaped rituals. So we're going to get into like what they actually believe. I'm going to try not to be disrespectful about this, but I have found quite a lot that is pretty telling. Even I think most Masons will tell you themselves most of the stuff is out there. You just got to look for it. Their whole thing is that they just purposely try to keep it a secret when talking about it to kind of keep it mystical and keep it alive, right? But if you think about this concept of Masonry having the 3 degrees that you first go into, this 3-degree system kind of mirrors itself throughout not only Christianity, but several, even Judaism, which a lot of people claim Masonry to be mostly influenced through Judaism. But let's think about this. Within the Catholic Church, you have a baptism, you have a confirmation, and then you have your first communion. This is a 3-stage initiatory rite. So if you picture that and keep that in your mind and you go back to, like, let's say the 2nd or 3rd century, and these things are so much more mysterious, in that sense, Catholicism could be considered a form of a mystery school. I'm not trying to be blasphemous here. I really don't think it is. But even within these systems, you have a deacon, okay, which can baptize you, but he can't consecrate the Eucharist. You have a priest that can consecrate the Eucharist, right, and baptize you, but without permission, he cannot confirm you. And then you have a bishop that can do all three. So you have this three-stage process. I'm not saying that it's like divinely entangled with these other traditions, but it's just an interesting thing. So let me continue here. I said Catholicism fulfills the deepest not represented. Catholicism fulfills the deepest intentions of the mystery traditions by rooting them in revelation, grace, and communion with God. Freemasonry, while often noble in intention, remains a human system, one that lacks the supernatural means of salvation and doctrinal certainty found only in the Catholic Church. The Church does not reject Freemasonry out of hatred. This has been cleared up. A lot of these old things that started in the 1700s and followed all the way until the late 1800s with Pope Leo. It's the Humanum Genus, which is this encyclical that he wrote. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. We'll get into the Taxil Hoax, but he was basically fed all sorts of information that a lot of what he said still you can use today, but a lot of the references and stuff that he uses was kind of given to him by a guy that basically came up with all this stuff, and then at the very end, after like 12 years of spewing this stuff, said it's just a prank, bro. And we'll get into that. It's really interesting. The Church does not, but out of fidelity to truth and divine order. It must be acknowledged that both Freemasonry and the Catholic Church have been the subject of scandal and suspicion. Abuse of power, secrecy, and corruption have tainted the image of both institutions in the public eye. But these failings, though grievous, do not disprove the core truths either seeks to represent. Sinful men have often betrayed their own missions, but truth is not undone by those who fail to live in it. In this video, I'm going to not excuse Freemasonry or defend every lodge, but to challenge the claim that it is inherently satanic. Rather, I aim to show you that it is simply just not aligned with Catholic doctrine, and that its principles, while often well-meaning, cannot replace or equal the revealed truth entrusted to the Church. My goal is not to blur the lines between the two, but to help my Catholic brothers and sisters understand Freemasonry more clearly, without fear or exaggeration, and see why the Church is and always will be the only path to salvation. With this foundation laid, we now begin to look a little closer into the history of Freemasonry, where it came from, what it represents, and how it has evolved today. Now, I want to state this case, right? Because I see through my research, I found a lot of Catholics who are Freemasons, okay, secretively. They, through several forums, just a lot of different stuff, they claim to be Freemasons. And I truly believe in the authority of the Church, okay? I believe in the authority of the Church. I believe in the whole hell will never prevail against it. It might get hit at, it might get knocked, things might happen, we might have bad papacy or whatever people want to say about it, councils, whatever. But I do not believe that that hell can prevail against it. If it gets knocked down, it's going to get right back up, okay? This is the beauty of the Catholic faith. But this is a very complicated issue because doctrinally, we have several instances of just complete, outright, if you are caught being a Freemason, so on and so forth, you're excommunicated immediately, right? And for me, I have enough reverence in the magisterium that I don't believe this excommunication to just be merely a physical thing. Like you are caught as a Freemason and you're excommunicated by someone saying that you are or whatever. I believe it to be more of a spiritual thing, like a cutting off of the body of Christ. This whole thing revolves around truth and trust and faith. And once you falter on one of those things and you start to question, and this is a very traditionalist point of view, because there's lots of people who get into this, to Catholicism, and then they hit a wall, and then they start adding in all these elements and trying to remold it. And personally, I don't find that to be very fruitful. So anyway, there's that. Lastly, before we really get into this presentation, I want to touch on a couple words, okay? Now, the word mystical, I want to define that. Mystical, by definition, is a sense of spiritual mystery, awe, and fascination. Lots of people you will see try to explain the Eucharist. This is very common amongst the scholastics in the medieval period, right? Although I will say, if you read through Aquinas, St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Thomas says that this is a sin to do this. But by only relying on this, the Eucharist is the most mysterious, mystical thing out of any sacrament that we have. Okay? There's no human explanation for it truly that can be justified. Although the Transfiguration can be really interesting to dive into and all of it, it kind of at some point undermines the true nature of it. So I personally believe that we have the most mystical thing on the planet within our church, the Eucharist. But I also believe that a lot of people do not see it this way because they try to demystify something that should not, and is by the Catholic Church's declaration, sinful to do so. And what I mean by is, like, if you go and look up Transfiguration, that doesn't mean it's a sin to do that, but to rely on that as like solid evidence that, okay, this is exactly why. No, that's not how we're supposed to explain it. So that, and then the second thing is the word esoteric. Now, the word esoteric is defined as something that is intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with a specialized knowledge or interest. And this is where we get into the modern, one of the modern differences of Catholicism and Freemasonry. Okay? Freemasonry, if you separate esotericism, right, the whole school of like astrology and all this different stuff, and you just go by that definition, it is esoteric. And we'll get into this later on, but not all Freemasons are into esotericism. They are a part of an esoteric organization, though. So that's an important thing. Now, the history of Freemasonry. Let's get this ball rolling, boys. The term Mason, or interchangeably when you read these documents, Freemason, just referred to a highly skilled stonemason who attained a high status within his local guild. Okay? The first use of the term goes back to the 12th and 13th century. Now, to any of the Masons listening to this out here, we're going to strictly in this presentation not go deeply, or we're not going to deeply attach ourselves to any of the mythological origins of Freemasonry. We're going to specifically stick to what we see on paper, and that's going to be the common theme through all of this. We're not going to attach ourselves to any unprovable conspiracies or anything like that, just stuff that is on paper. They basically were members of guilds. Now, guilds were unions. I'm assuming that most of like the 20-year-old men, or even the 40 or 50, anybody who's interested in like Masonry or the medieval period and all this different history within Catholics, you're familiar with what a guild is. It's like these unions, like how in modern day we have unions. There were unions that were formed among merchants, different tradesmen and laborers, and they were usually in cities. members of these guilds had certain rights not given to non-members. Certain things like the ability to work on higher level projects and to move from city to city. Early on, a series of symbols. Hold on, let me go full screen with this. Y'all tell me in the chat if I go full screen with this, if this is blocking or in the way too much. This was an important motivation to join these guilds. Now, early on within Masonry, what started to happen was these certain symbols that they would use in their day-to-day trades and on their jobs, they started to give these things a series of myths and symbolic meaning, and it kind of gave it a more deeper spiritual meaning to their craft. In the same way that, not in the exact same way, but in a similar way now, where like a lot of artists have kind of like started to super spiritualize their crafts, which in essence, if you're making music, there's a theory behind it. If you're painting or doing any sort of art that's like realistic or whatever, there's a underlying structure to learn and do that thing. But nowadays, a lot of it has been like mystified with a lot of these different new age types. It attracts a lot of that crowd in a similar sense, and it kind of makes your work feel a lot more spiritual. In that similar sense, Masons were doing it back then. Now, there was this poem called, I think it's pronounced the Regius poem, believed to be the oldest surviving Masonic old charge. It was a Middle English text likely written between 1350 and 1450. The poem outlined the history of Masonry, moral conduct for masters of the craft, and obligation to Masons. The Regius poem traced Masonry back to Euclid of Alexandria, who attributed to a lot of modern-day geometry. He lived around the 300 BC, around that area, 300 to 200, in between. And this kind of is a common trend you'll see amongst Masons, right? It's a trend of adding a mythological and historical meaning to various elements and tracing their roots back to several different places. You'll hear some of them talk about the pyramids, Solomon's temple. They'll use lots of figures like Tubal-Cain from the Bible, who is identified as the first worker of, if I can remember correctly, bronze and metal. Or Hiram Abiff, who is kind of I don't think, he's not mentioned in the Bible, but he's kind of taken, I believe, he's taken from the person Hiram of Tyre in the Bible, who was commissioned by Solomon to send workers to build the temple. Now, there was a guy named William Shaw who lived from 1550 to 1602, who was a master of works, a Freemason, before they were really established, and to James Master of Works, similar type things. They had these guild systems still then. To James VI of Scotland and Anne of Denmark, for building castles and palaces, and is claimed to have been an important figure in this development of Freemasonry. He published his own edition of that old charges, a medieval text common among British Masons, containing rules governing the public behavior of Masons and containing popular Masonic mythology. Now, a lot of what Masons do with this mythological attribution to their origins is you'll hear some things like they'll and I don't think all of them do this literally. I've heard lots of Masons attribute this to kind of like not a universal belief. They might use it in some of their rituals and practices and talk about it, but some of them will attribute the origins of this idea of symbolizing your symbols and your working tools and mythologizing it all to the Ark, to the Tower of Babel with the bricks, or even to the pyramids. And they pull a lot of this symbolism from a lot of these ancient groups like Celtic Druids, Egyptian mystery schools, Gnostics. A lot of it is Kabbalists. When we get into Pike's Morals and Dogma, which I've tried to make it through a little bit. It is quite the read and quite what I would consider a ramble, but we'll get into that. The Dionysians, they pull a lot of this stuff and even certain morals from the Sermon on the Mount, and they kind of orchestrate it into this organization that they have. Now, a lot of it also, once you get into the Renaissance, I'm going to get into my notes up here. They have a lot of this Neoplatonic, especially in Pike, but they have a very strong Neoplatonic influence, especially whenever you get into the universal attribution of like a universal God that they can all pray to with all their brothers and stuff like that. This idea of the one and this idea of emanation is really important. Now, let me see what I wrote up here. During the Renaissance and stuff like that, you got this rediscovering of things like Plato and from Plotinus, the Neoplatonism, and then you get what's called, or you get a lot of different other things like alchemy and Hermeticism, and it's kind of like this merging period where they start to kind of think of it kind of like nowadays with YouTube. You see with YouTube all these different New Age people that have like 1,000 different religions, and they kind of combined it into like one mythos, really a bunch of difference. This same merging started to happen during the Renaissance because of all these cultures and stuff coming together. It's quite an interesting thing to research. But to give a brief overview of what Neoplatonism is, you basically have this concept of the one, and it's the highest reality. It's perfect, infinite, beyond thought or being. Everything comes from it. It is the source of all existence. It's not a creationist idea. It's more of a thought of emanation, things going out of it. Reality flows or emanates from the one in different descending levels. Now, then you have this system, you can kind of subvert your eyes over to this and see that. But then from the one, it emanates into the nous, the divine mind, intellect, where perfect forms and ideas exist, how we perceive and attribute forms and stuff like that. And then after that, you have the material world, the lowest, most imperfect level. And they have this idea of, instead of like theosis, like we have it, they have this idea of return to one. Now, not all Masons. I'm not saying they as in the Masons. I'm saying they in terms of the Neoplatonist. But a lot of the thought kind of transfers over. Now, our goals is, if as a Neoplatonist, your goal is to return to this one through inner purification, philosophy, mystical contemplation, stuff like this. This is a process of spiritual ascent, transcending through the material world. And evil isn't really a force, it's just the absence or lack of good. And you see this in a lot of early Christian writings. Augustine was very much inspired by Neoplatonism, but you see even today this attribution of, let's say, evil. People are like, no, hell isn't real, dude. It's not like how you think. It's just the absence of that, of God. Just zero, dude. Evil is zero. I've heard that often. I've been attracted to that idea. All things are interconnected because they come from that divine source. Now, compared to Catholic theology, especially more in line with the scholastics and the Thomists, it's more Aristotelian and structured around Scripture. It features a personal and knowable God, a creator, not an emanator. The Trinity, God creates the world freely and willfully from nothing, creation ex nihilo. And the view of a soul is created at conception, unique and immortal. And the goal for us is union with God through grace, faith, virtue, and sacraments, the beatific vision. Essentially, truth comes from both faith and Scripture, or faith and reason. Okay, this will be a big narrative throughout this video. Okay, this idea of a lot of the Masonic worldview. I know they say it's not a religion, but a lot of this, it has a lot of philosophy attached to it. And this idea of reason alone, it's a very important thing, okay? Now, a significant figure in Neoplatonism is Iamblichus. I think that's how you pronounce his name. A great ancient philosopher from Syria who continued to develop Plotinus's ideas. Therefore, Iamblichus logically concludes the corpus of Neoplatonic thought, creating a starting point for subsequent centuries when these concepts influenced thinkers and alchemists of the Renaissance. Subsequently, these basic concepts of theurgy and the necessity of rituals laid the foundations for modern Freemasonry. I found this quote not a quote, I should have put quotes on it, but I found this whole excerpt from a Masonic website where I pretty much was just searching for what they say the influence of it is on their craft. Now, Freemasonry as we know it today, it originates in the British Isles. Earliest texts are from England and Scotland, and over time it kind of expanded out through continental Europe. Eventually, continental Masonry broke off from the Anglophone Masonry. In the British Isles, many Masonic organizations began to more strongly emphasize these symbolic and mythical elements of the craft, okay? And we need to illustrate this idea, okay? I started off by talking about Masons, the term being attributed to people who worked with stone. But within Masonry, you have this idea of two things. You have what's called an operative Mason and a speculative Mason. And an operative Mason is the one who's in the field with the tools, doing all that stuff. The speculative Mason is the one who's kind of attributing all of these more mystical elements to it, the symbolic elements, the mythology, so on and so forth. And with the decline of the cathedral building, some lodges, you get this, we'll get more when we get into the Protestant Reformation, but a lot of Masons got their work from these big church jobs, and those were some of the biggest jobs you had in these cities for these guilds. But with the decline of these buildings, some lodges began to accept non-working members who were not actually stonemasons as speculative or honorary members. This marked the beginning of this shift from the trade-associated version of Freemasonry to the fraternal organization with philosophy and the different morals. Now, Freemasonry and the Protestant Reformation. During the Reformation, particularly in the British Isles, the lack of rituals and mystical nature of the loss of Catholicism led to the spread of Freemasonry. The Protestant Reformation, particularly the more liberal and rationalistic strands of Protestantism, shared common ground with the emerging Enlightenment, and its emphasis on reason and individual autonomy. I want to be myself, not this controlled by this church. I want freedom, which also influenced Freemasonry. Some suggest a parent-child relationship between the two movements, with Protestantism being the foundation which it was built upon. As well, I would add the Enlightenment. Also, this is really where that shift from really the cause of the shift from operative to speculative. I wrote that backwards. As you can see, you have certain cathedrals that are just insane. And then you get these smaller churches, and a lot of Protestants ended up taking these over. Now, let's expand upon this a little bit further. The necessity to build these big churches started to stagnate, started to decline, and many of these organizations were losing money and honestly risked dying out. You get into this, and it's pretty interesting. Thus, through the late 16th and 17th century, non-Masons were allowed to join these organizations. Many of these members were businessmen, bankers, nobility, and they brought lots of money and resources that kind of allowed for this expansion of Masonry. These members were known as the accepted Masons, members of the Masonic organizations who were not stonemasons by trade. They tended to focus on discerning symbols and studying the mythology within Masonry. As accepted Masons began to outnumber the operative Masons, there was a shift to speculative Masonry. Now, the Enlightenment, this is where a lot of this doctrinal difference that we had started to be ingrained into Masonry. The Enlightenment, which spanned from the late 17th century to the 18th century, was this big intellectual movement that really emphasized reason. As like with the church, we have faith and reason, revelation and reason. But they had these things like individualism, lots of skepticism. You have people like Hume, who were like they're key figures to like a lot of the modern day atheists, just because of how night and day they are to a lot of the clerical thinkers, right? It was, and this was where they get the skepticism of the clergy. They are very, very anti-clergy. It was characterized by growing emphasis on science, human rights, and secularism. Enlightenment thinkers such as Voltaire, this is a big figure within the French Revolution, John Locke, Kant, Jacques Rousseau, changed traditional institutions, including the Catholic Church, monarchies, and other forms of absolute authority. So they were pretty much going over against a lot of these things. That's where you get this French Revolution from, is this questioning all this authority, questioning the Catholic Church. And that's a whole other topic for itself. But let's just keep going. They advocated for the separation of church and state, freedom of expression, and the pursuit of knowledge based on empirical evidence rather than religious dogma. This sounds like scientists right here. As the Enlightenment spread across Europe, it led to significant shifts in cultural and political power. One of the key impacts was the rise of Masonry, Freemasonry. This fraternal organization that, although not strictly tied to any particular religion, was influenced by Enlightenment ideas. The organization was based on principles of brotherhood, moral development, and pursuit of knowledge. Many Enlightenment thinkers were critical of the Catholic Church, viewing it as another institution that hindered this progress and this freedom of thought. Freemasonry, on the other hand, promoted values that aligned with these Enlightenment ideals, such as reason, tolerance, and the quest for truth. Thus, the Enlightenment fostered a decline in the influence of the Catholic Church and encouraged growth of organizations like Freemasonry that aligned more closely with the ideals of reason, individual rights, and secularism. It also brought on certain terms. Through a lot of historians talk about this period from about 800 to about 1500 or 1400 as Christendom. After you get through Charlemagne, because there was a little dark age period from about 500 to 800, but after that, 800 and onward, it starts to just steadily ramp up, and you get what's called Christendom, where the world is basically governed by this gospel ethic. But during this Enlightenment, you get a lot of changes in definitions. We'll get into the definition of religion in a little bit, but you get certain attributes to Christendom, like the Dark Ages. And in my opinion, a lot of our best ideas, especially during the medieval period, the 12th, the 13th century, are some of the most fruitful things you can read. So this is where it really starts to get to how we know it as today. In 1717, the Grand Lodge of London was formed. And over the course of the 17th and 18th century, you had 4 lodges that started to form in London. And apparently, 4 of these lodges sent representatives to this tavern right here called the Goose and Gridiron. And as a result of this meeting, their 4 lodges ended up forming together to form the Grand Lodge of London. Most of the rituals associated with Freemasonry in the English-speaking world originated from this lodge. And when we get into when we get into the governance of Freemasonry, who runs it, all of that stuff, which we'll get into in a little bit, most places especially within the United States, are on a state-ran basis. But London is about the only place where all the lodges around London basically call back to the grand, or basically take their authority from this Grand Lodge here. So, in 1721, you get this guy named Reverend James Anderson. He wrote this text called the Constitutions of Freemasons, which was completed in 1920. Wait. I might have missed this. I guess I'm saying that this was completed 1723. Okay, ignore that. 1723. Before this, most Masons identified as Christians, as I kind of identified earlier here with the Protestant Reformations, a lot of them keeping this ideal of like anti-clergy, anti-authority from the church, moved into a lot of Protestant thinking. So he wrote this book called The Constitutions, which was very, very influenced by this Enlightenment thinking. And he claimed that there are certain religious principles that are known and accepted by all men of goodwill, and that the spiritual life consisted of creating a sort of spiritual brotherhood between members in different religions. And they kind of started this downplay of the differences. And actually, as a result of this, there was a rival lodge that formed from out of this in 1751 that was mainly focused on the Christian origins of Masonry, and it lasted about until 1813 where it merged back in. And they intended to preserve this Christian heritage of Masonry, tracing it, and even traced its roots back to the first meeting in England in the 10th century. So the spread of Freemasonry was kind of within 20 years of finding of that Grand Lodge, right? You get lodges being established in France in 1725, Ireland in 1729, Spain in 1730, Italy in 1731, Sweden in 1735, Scotland, Germany 1736, Austria and Poland 1742, and Denmark in 1743. And during this time, Freemasonry spread across the seas to the British colonies in America. And the first lodge in America was established in Pennsylvania. This is it right here. In 1730. This is it in Philadelphia. 1730, and this is the one that was in Boston in 1733. Now, let's get into the structure of Freemasonry, okay? Now, this is where a lot of this misconceptions of Masonry comes from, right? A lot of people misinterpret it. You'll hear a lot of Catholics, you'll hear a lot of occultists that are not Masons who attribute all the ills to Freemasons, say things like, "Oh, dude, he is a 33rd degree Freemason black wizard, bro. He was casting spells and all this crazy stuff." Nonsense, okay? Within the structure of Masonry, you have 3 major degrees, and I'll actually show all those degrees here in a little bit, what they go through, what they entail, and even footage of one of them. But after these 3 degrees, you're considered a Mason. When you get into stuff like Pike's book, Morals and Dogma, right? He kind of makes this fanciful explanation for a lot of these things, and a lot of the exaggerations you hear about Masonry come from Pike was what you considered an esoteric Freemason, okay? Not all Freemasons are interested in astrology and Kabbalah and all these different practices. A lot of them are just like an old dude that likes to drink beer, go to the lodge, have fundraisers, help people out, and that's a lot. Again, I'm really trying to prove here how the differences between Masonry and Catholicism are not satanic. It is purely doctrinal differences. So after the 3rd degree, you become a Master Mason. You have 3 main rituals. And you're kind of asked if you want to continue your education within Masonry. And you can either go in one of 2 ways. Now, the Northern, I I've been to a lodge before, and I have a family member that's a 32nd degree Mason. And we're in the South, so it's the Southern jurisdiction. Like I said, the London Lodge, right? All of London's jurisdiction reports to this lodge. Now, within the South, you have the Southern jurisdiction, which is what Pike was. He was actually, if I can remember correctly, the general master something of the Southern jurisdiction in South Carolina. But within the Northern jurisdiction, and I don't think this has anything to do with the Civil War. From what I've read, it doesn't. But you have what's called the York Rite. So you have the Scottish Rite, which has the 32 degrees, and then the York Rite, which has this progression. Okay? And it has this little excerpt that we can read over here. American Freemasonry resembles two sets of stairs that begin and end together. As this chart of Masonic structure shows, a Mason's first step is to become an entered apprentice. He climbs to the third step where most Masons stay. If he wants to go into the Masonic hierarchy, he enters either the Scottish Rite or the York Rites. Many authorities say the Scottish Rite was begun by I don't speak French, immigrants in France. The York Rite is named after York. England where by legend the first Masonic body was organized, that Grand Lodge of London. In the Scottish Rite, a Mason climbs 30 steps or degrees. The name he takes at each degree is written on the step in the chart. Where there are two names, the top is used by the Northern Masons, the italicized one by the Southern Masons. Some figures a Mason meets in the rites are as follows right here. So you start right here, you got King Solomon, and as you go through these rituals, right, you will, as we'll see through the footage in a little bit, they'll put on vestments, and we'll talk about this later, how they kind of take a lot of symbolism and things from Catholicism and adopt them. But they put on vestments resembling these characters, and you kind of act out these rituals in a play, okay? So your first Master Mason play, you meet Hiram of Tyre, I think. We'll see it later. But when you come to the fourth, one of these people you see is King Solomon. Then you see King Cyrus, the Acolyte, then George Washington, then Sultan, and then each degree teaches some sort of moral. And to earn a degree, the candidate learns the moral and participates in the ceremony, dramatizing it. A 32nd is the highest degree that you can earn, and actually, the 33rd is something that you're chosen for. It's awarded by the Supreme Council and the ruling body of the rite. So whenever you hear all these people say that, oh, dude, he's a 33rd, dude, he's that wizard dude, really, the highest is the 32nd, and then you kind of got to be chosen for this. Like, you go to the spaghetti, you give out a bunch of pies for some sort of potluck, or you do a bunch of charitable work at some hospital, stuff like that. You donate a lot, whatever, some sort of act of moral virtue over and over and over shows your commitment. A Mason in the York Rite advances in 10 degrees. Figures are shown at each rite. You see the temple workman, the past master, Israel tribesman, the high priest, as you see right here. He has the, I forget what that's called, but we'll get into the symbolism of how the breastplate of the high priest resembles that apron that they use. You have the King Hiram of Tyre, the Knight of Malta, the Knight Templar, and these are equal in prestige in the same way, elected up, okay? So then you have these, what do they call them? There's a word for it. Allied organizations to Freemasonry, okay? You have the Grotto and the Tall Cedars of Lebanon, and then you have these two right here, the Rainbow Girls and the Order of D. Molay. Now here in the South, at least, when you're young, like, I think it's like 10 to 21, you join the Order of de Molay. Jacques de Molay was if I can remember correctly, he was a Knights Templar in France who was executed, one of the last that was executed. You join this order, or if you're a girl that's not old enough to be a part of the Order of the Eastern Star, you join the Rainbow Girls. Now, you also have a choice as a 32nd degree to join the Shriners of the Daughter of Nile. Now, the Shriners are very known. Lots of people have heard about them. They have lots of influence from Islam. You see a lot of their rituals in, they're not exactly like they're, because you have people that call themselves Christians that are Freemasons, right? And a lot of people will be like, you literally participate in Islam. It's honestly kind of funny. Go on YouTube and look up a Shriner Islamic ritual. It's more of a mockery or a parody of Islam. It's kind of funny. Like, I'm not even going to lie. Not making fun of the Masons technically, but more of like kind of how they mock Islam. Now, this term Grand Architect of the Universe. Appreciate it. Grand Architect, I don't know how, I'm trying to see. Kai Collymore. Thank you. I don't know if I pronounced your name right, but appreciate that, bro. This term, Grand Architect of the Universe, right? This actually originates from John Calvin, okay? Who would have known? The Calvinist, the creator, as you will, of Calvinism, John Calvin, in this book called The Institutes of the Christian Religion in 1536, he repeatedly calls our God the architect of the universe. And then harkering all the way to when this book, the Constitutions of the Freemasons, remember back 1721, 1723, or what was it? 1721 to 1723, he starts to use that name. Now, I get it. Like, I can get it. This is an explanation that I found on a forum of a bunch of Masons trying to figure out what their explanation was while they're praying with Muslims. And he says, now imagine me standing in a lodge with my head bowed in prayer between Brother Muhammad Bakari and Brother Arjuan Melwani. To neither of them is the great architect of the universe perceived as the Holy Trinity. To Brother Bakari, he is seen as Allah. To Brother Melwani, he is perceived as Vishnu, the fish Hindu god. Since I believe that there is only one God, I am confronted with three possibilities. They are praying to the devil while I am praying to God. The true possibility, I will add. They are praying to nothing, as their gods do not exist. Another truth, I will add. Or they are praying to the same God as I, and their understanding of his nature is just partly incomplete as mine. And he quotes this verse from 1 Corinthians that basically just talks about how our Christian idea of God is not perfected. This is ridiculous because he's not talking, St. Paul in this verse is not talking about how we don't have a perfect view and that the Muslims might have a similar view. He's not talking about anything like that. He's saying that we have not viewed God with our own eyes. We are in the process as Christians through theosis of knowing God, but we have never laid eyes upon him. That is our goal, but we have not done that yet. So we have an imperfect conception of God. We have a conception of, this all ties into the analogy of being, but it's kind of just blasphemous to use that. Quote mine. It is without hesitation that I accept the third possibility. I just don't think coexist Yahweh or deist coexist God is the same as the Holy Trinity. It just isn't. Our Lord and Savior said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father, or as they call the Grand Architect of the universe, except through me. And now they could say, well, maybe my Muslim and Hindu brothers won't be saved, but I will because I do. And this is what we'll get into later, how, okay, you can say that, but inevitably, it is taking away from your theosis or your deification journey, and we'll get into ascetical and mystical theology in a little bit and how that works. But yeah, it's very important. Now, who runs Freemasonry? This is the juicy details, right? Who runs it, bruh? They're stem cell sucking baby blood, aren't they? No, not really. This is another lie that a lot of people attach themselves to. Freemasonry doesn't have a single leader or a governing body internationally. Each lodge is autonomous and responsible for its own affairs. Very decentralized. Within each Grand Lodge, so basically the way it works is every state, at least in America, every state has a Grand Lodge. And all around the state and several different counties and towns, you have what's called a Blue Lodge. Now, within the Grand Lodge, they are governed by the most worshipful Grand Master, or a similar title, and he serves as the highest authority for this Grand Lodge and the reporting ones. At the local level, each lodge is led by a worshipful master who is responsible for the day-to-day operations, the organization of the rituals, the potluck dinners. Whenever I went to a Masonic lodge, right, before I became Catholic, I was very much inquiring. And one interesting thing, I talked in a video a while back about how I had like this psychotic episode, right? Stayed up for like 4 days reading just all sorts of crazy shit, material whatsoever, or whatever. And at the end of this, I had incorporated a lot of Masonic conspiracies into my psychosis, right? So I get better and all this stuff, and my family member who's a Mason invites me to come to the lodge. Well, I'm like, okay, I'll come and see what it's all about. Bro, they took me in. They were all wearing suits and stuff. They showed me the library. They had stuff. I bought one of the books. A lot of it is just like when you read their books, it's just this mythologizing of history. That's the same thing with Pike. Pike just adds in a bunch of Kabbalistic just philosophy and stuff like that. But when I went in, I met everybody, shook everybody's hand, and I went in the kitchen. And they're all just chilling in the kitchen making sandwiches. They make the entered apprentices or the newly elected or the newly recruited master masons make the food. It's kind of this frat style organization within it. They took me into the lodge room, showed me the different things. They had an icon of St. John, the Baptist and the Evangelist on the wall, like an Orthodox icon. So they do have a lot of Christian elements to it. Showed me around and whatnot. I was a little intimidated because I was a lot less educated in any philosophy or anything, so I was kind of afraid to test them on any questions regarding that. And it was pretty chill. They didn't let me stay to see the ritual through because I'm not a part of the organization. But it was an eye-opener to be like, bruh, these are just like old dudes who make spaghetti for each other like at a fire department, and then they go and just do their little thing. But again, very, very big doctrinal differences that we'll get into in a little bit. Who runs it again? Now, this comes from just the numerous amount of powerful people. Winston Churchill was a Mason. John Wayne was a Mason. George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Henry Ford, Harry Truman was a Mason. Prince Harry, or I think it's the one that just died, the prince, and the cousin of the queen, is the Grand Master of that Grand Lodge of London. So there's several, if you want to get conspiratorial, there's several angles you could go with this. You could say, well, they're all powerful, or the guy in London, maybe he's doing this or that, or Harry Truman, blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, is it the organization that's doing it? Because once I get into this and start disproving the magic and the conspiracies and all this nonsense, at the end of the day, let's be real what these people are doing. They're just attributing powerful men's deeds and actions that powerful world-governing leaders are going to do, and they're just, because they're in this organization, they're attributing it. But with that, you have to attribute that same definition to your friend's grandpa down the street. It's ridiculous. But then a lot of Christians buy into this, where they start doing it. Now, to just play on the conspiracies a little bit, this is kind of ridiculous. But they have this thing called the Royal Order of Jesters that goes beyond the Shriners, right? And they only induct about 13 members a year. And there's lots of controversy, you get on the forums, you start reading books about Masonry, you start finding the opinions. There's lots of, they've been tied up with a lot of things, like trafficking scandals, all sorts of things. But from what I've seen, they're not much of an organization anymore. They weren't Freemasons. They were one of those, where we got one of these allied organizations, okay? And a lot of them are just kind of renounced by most Masons. But Harry Truman was one of them. So you could kind of make that fun little assumption if you want. But in my opinion, if it's worth anything, there's not much grounding for some running thing, since it's so decentralized and it's just a bunch of grandpas just going to do the rituals. And again, like I said, I don't know if I stressed this enough. A lot of the ritual aspects came from the Protestant Reformation, from a lot of them being so anti-Catholic Catholic authority and so against the clergy. They basically adopted this Protestant life. And outside of things like Anglicanism, you lose a lot of the rituals, the sacraments. You start getting, especially in your boy Calvin's time, you start losing so many of these rituals, and it just strips it bare. So people start seeking this sort of thing. They start seeking it. Now we get into Freemasonry and the Catholic Church, and this is where it starts to get fun, boys. This is where it starts to get fun. Because as much as I am a Catholic, I love my magisterium, I hold to infallibility, there was a lot of shenanigans that went on. Now, when Freemasonry began to spread into Italy, the Holy See, they began this investigation of various different secret societies and organizations, right? In 1738, Pope Clement XIII published this document called Inimenti Apostolatus, in which he prohibited Catholics from joining the Freemasons. Again, the Grand Lodge was formed in 1717, right? So, not long after, it's banned, okay? It prohibited Catholics from assisting lodges financially in any way, participating in any of the rituals, or promoting or helping build these lodges or further the expansion. The punishments for violating this automatic excommunication was automatic excommunication. And this, I'm gonna reiterate this point, okay? As much as I am going to not blur the lines here, but advocate that a lot of Catholics are wrong and lack rigor in their understanding of Masons, and they think of them as this evil thing, I'm going to get into disproving all of these rumors and hoaxes. But, specifically, I'm a traditional Catholic, okay? I'm not a fundamentalist. Fundamentalists where you get, fundamentalists are the ones where, like, they borderline on becoming like a sedevacantist, right? Where they start to, no, there ain't been a pope in 80 years. Just go be a Protestant, bro. No, I'm a traditionalist. I'm willing to flow and move with the times. I still hold that the beauty was in certain areas of the liturgy. The beauty has been kind of, not trampled on, but kind of hung by the wayside. But I do hold to the authority of the church. If you become a Freemason, I believe, and we'll get into the doctrinal differences, but if you become a Freemason, even if you're not caught, I truly believe it to be a spiritual excommunication from the body of Christ. You may not know it. You could be blaspheming and going to church or going to Mass every Sunday and still receiving communion, not and secretively being. I just feel that there's that level of authority. I truly believe it, okay? So the church's rationale, even back then, before the Leo Taxil hoaxes really came to be with Leo the 13th, you get the identification that it is an incompatibility with ideology and doctrine. In total, over this time in history, it's been condemned over 20 times by 12 different popes. Membership was also prohibited in the 1917 edition of Canon Law. Right here, I got with me Denzinger, and it has a excerpt of the Humanum Genus from Leo the 13th. And he says, and he was fed heavily Taxil Hoax-esque material. So his use of language is going to be pivoting on that a lot. He says, let no one think that for any reason whatsoever he is permitted to join the Masonic sect if his profession of Catholicism and his salvation is worth as much to him as it ought to be. That right there. I mean, there's been no changes. We'll get into the more modern view of it later on. Again, this is going to be a long stream, boys. I got, what slide are we on? Let's see. I'm on slide 16, and I've got 50 to go. But anyway. And then he gets a little bit into the water with it. Let no pretend, we'll get into this later. This has kind of been expanded upon by the magisterium, where it doesn't hold as much weight, the later parts of what he says. But just that beginning part, you have to understand that it's not a physical get out of the church, you're banned. It is a spiritual one. Other denominations in Masonry. I didn't include this video, but the Pastor Anderson clip is pretty funny. He's the one where he's super anti-gay. So he'll get up there and just say crazy stuff in front of his congregation. It's kind of funny, but he is a heretic because he's a Protestant. But Protestants have no centralized structure. So there is no official opinion from them. But many pastors, evangelical, Baptist, more conservative, especially the Lutherans, have condemned it, okay? Can't join. I mean, if you're a Protestant, heretic. If you're a Protestant, you can just join another church and still be a Mason. But I like a little bit more structure. The Orthodox as a whole complain. They go crazy, okay? The Orthodox, the Ortho bros, they go crazy. Especially, you get all these presuppositionalists nowadays, the Dyerite, J. Dyer-esque Ortho bros that are autistically level informed with doctrine and all this stuff. They have no idea about Freemasonry. I've read stuff from Dyerites in comment sections where they're literally my uncle was a 32nd degree black Freemason, and I went to I talked to him about it, and I think he put a black magic spell on me. You're wild, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. We'll get into that. But they basically, as a whole, not completely, their acclamation or their claim is that it's not purely doctrinal. It is a spiritual war, and they're satanic. You even have people like Elder Athanasios, in 1981, made an official homily about it. You have Father Peter Heers constantly talking about it. And the Orthodox Church of America strictly prohibits members from joining. Again, as Christians, this is more of the Protestant. I'm trying to approach this in a very rigorous way. And you have a lot of Protestants who are very rigorous Protestants and Orthodox who are very rigorous whenever it comes to faith. But whenever it comes to these outside things, they usually, for some reason, attach themselves to the charismatic position on it, which is this mystical, Saruman versus Gandalf going on in the background, and it's not that deep, bro. Yes, there's a clear devil is real. We have spiritual warfare. I believe a lot of those things, but I don't believe it's the Freemasons. But a lot of the more Protestants will use Bible verses. Jesus said to him, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." We've mentioned that earlier. Here's a couple other interesting ones. This is the stone which was rejected. I find this one kind of funny. Obviously, this 2,000 years ago. They're not talking about Freemasons, but this is kind of funny within the context. This is the stone which was rejected by you builders, by which has become the head of the corner, or the cornerstone in some translations. And there is salvation in no one else, for there is no other name against heaven given among men by which we must be saved. Acts 4:11-12. And this later half is very good against this perennialist, universal indifferentism that these Masons promote. So, yeah, that's good. Also, I don't know where I have some symbolism regarding the cornerstone, because you see in a lot of schools. I was in RCIA, and one of the older ladies, they started talking, and they started like, all these Masons put the cornerstone in the schools. They're trying to take our kids' souls. They were like going straight like to that direction about the cornerstone thing, and we'll get into that a little bit later. Some say that Masons are ecumenists, which is basically means that they want to bring all the faiths together under one religion, one world order, with the spiritual unity of all religions, and Christians usually will quote 2 Corinthians 6:14. Do not be mismated with unbelievers, for what partnership have righteousness with and iniquity? Or what fellowship has light with darkness? What accord has Christ with Belial? Or what has a believer in common with an unbeliever? What agreement has the temple of God with idols? For we are the temple of the living God. As God said, I will live in them and move among them, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Therefore come out of them and be separate from them, says the Lord, and touch nothing unclean. I will welcome you, and I will be a father to you, and you shall be my sons and daughters, says the Lord Almighty. This right here pretty much sums it up. I mean, we're not supposed to be praying with Muslims. I'm not Orthodox, or some Orthodox are like modern-day Pharisees. I'm not going to lie. They literally will say, I will not pray with anybody, Christian believers who proclaim Christ to be the Lord and Savior. I will not pray with any of them because Elder Paisios said so. I disagree with that. I feel like that's very Pharisaic, very weird, because they take this super, super strongly. Now, one thing we got to do is we got to separate esotericism from Freemasonry. We're about to get into Manly P. Hall and in a little bit Pike. But we have to separate esotericism from Freemasonry, okay? Many people outside read or listen to people who talk about Masonry like Albert Pike, or Manly P. Hall, or Aleister Crowley with his poop magic, black magic, tarot card stuff, and they get the impression that all of Masonry is some occult, magical society that has some secrets about black magic and how the world is ran, right? And I will prove this not to be true shortly, but follow with me here. In reality, while a lot of the symbolism, rituals, and phrases have derived from a variety of religions, mystery schools, there is no direct correlation of every Mason being interested in this stuff, okay? Some are Protestants, some are Buddhists, some are Hindus, any religion, because they claim not to be a religion. The focus on Freemasonry is mainly on self-improvement and building morals, and you kind of tailor that to your faith. Again, my main doctrinal difference is this self-improvement. We are supposed to be theocentric as Catholics. Theosis is our salvation. It is our goal. This is very world-focused, okay? The anthropocentric is the word. The difference, theocentric, anthropocentric. The focus of Freemasonry is mainly on self-improvement and building morals as you tailor it to your specific faith. I just said that. Despite this, this is still belief of the system, despite this, some still believe the system of it to be contradictory to the traditional Christian teaching, and I am one of those people. I am saying all of this as a precaution to those people who associate the occult with Masonry. We have to separate this, okay? The word occult literally means like hidden or concealed, and it's used and attributed to the context of magic. And however, it's often used, I just said that. Most of all, like a lot of Masons, old Masons and stuff like that, they don't have to be into this, okay? They can do like the symbolism and the compass and the square. Now, Manly P. Hall. If you listen to any of his lectures, they're very esoteric in the sense of the trying to combine everything into one. Trying to just like be real, not philosophical, but just kind of like say a bunch of spiritually enticing things that really don't have any practical input. He has these ideas of spiritual truth equals religious doctrines, or ideas that attempt to give expression to the spirit. Spirit he defines as the element of divine present in all humans. And he says religions are named after the specific spiritual teacher who illustrates these truths. Christ is the Word of God made flesh, but is one spiritual truth. That is not true. That is not true. And he says Freemasonry allows us to see past the partial ways spiritual truth is presented in all religions and to see the spiritual truths all religions are attempting to articulate. This is perennialism. I need to make a specific thing. Not all Freemasons, when I went to the lodge, I asked them about Manly P. Hall because I thought that he represented them. You hear this rumor. Manly P. Hall was a 33rd degree Freemason. He's the most popular Freemason. All his books on Freemasonry and the occult that are popular were written in the late 20s and the early 30s when he was this young. He didn't join the Freemasons until 1950. So all the stuff he wrote was on the outside looking in. He even writes in the 10th edition to this book on Freemasonry that the demand for this little book justifies a new edition. At the time I wrote this slender volume, I had just passed my 21st birthday, and my only contact with Masonry was through a few books commonly available to the public. He just admits his lack of authority. He was outside looking in, making declarative statements about the organization. But a lot of people say this is Masonry. The shrines of he says this, and see, I'm going to kind of I'm going to have a couple slides really focusing on this overarching perennial philosophy that seems to come from a lot of Masons. He says, the shrines of Masonry are ornated by the jewels of 1,000 ages. Its rituals ring with the words of enlightened seers and illuminated sages. 100 religions have brought their gifts of wisdom to its altar. Arts and sciences unnumbered have contributed to its symbolism. It is more than a faith. It is a path of certainty. No truer religion exists than that of the world comradeship and brotherhood. I can't speak today, my boys. For the purpose of glorifying one God and building for him a temple of constructive attitude and noble character. That's the Temple of Solomon. Again, this does not represent all Freemasons. He didn't write any of this stuff he wrote all this stuff 30 years before he ever became a Mason. We have to make that a thing. And I found this when I was browsing for all these sources. I wanted to go to the source. What are they saying? This came from the Reddit forum r/Freemasonry, and I heard this sentiment over and over repeated. Manly P. Hall wrote romantic history made up that sounded good, and despite historical evidence proving him wrong, he did so decades before he was a Mason, and he never redacted his bullshit. He was a 33rd because our fraternity is full of men that want things to be true. We came from the Templars, Egyptians, lost connection to ancient mystery schools, etc. So this is really illustrating this point. Not all Masons believe this. You don't have to believe that. More perennialism and pulling from these ancient mysteries, okay? In Freemasonry, this acacia tree is a symbol of several important concepts. These include immorality, resurrection, and innocence. The symbolism of the acacia is closely tied to the story of Hiram Abiff, which is an important part of Masonic lore. Hiram Abiff was a skilled craftsman who was in charge of building Solomon's temple. He's not in the Bible, by the way. According to Masonic legend, Hiram was murdered by 3 of his fellow craftsmen. This is kind of hearkening to the Master Mason ritual, who were attempting to obtain the secrets of his craft. Hiram's body was buried near an acacia tree, which then became a symbol of his martyrdom and the immortality of the soul. In addition to its association with Hiram Abiff, the acacia is also a symbol of innocence. This symbolism comes from the fact that the acacia tree is thorny and difficult to approach. In the same way, Freemasons are encouraged to be cautious and guarded in their dealings with the outside world. So this is what you'll find familiar, or the familiar element between a lot of Masonic symbols. They also attribute it to like a lot of different things. So you see how they attribute it to the Solomon's Temple. It's also attributed to the Ark of the Covenant, because that's what it was built out of. So there's several different things. Albert Mackey, okay, is where this is from. He wrote several books on Freemasonry and says that the acacia tree represents how the soul achieves immortality through a life of faith and uprightness. This is a similar story in certain ancient religions, like the Adonic religions of ancient Greece. The acacia tree was a prominent feature in Egyptian religious beliefs. It was associated with deities like Horus and was believed to be the tree of life, also among Indian Brahmins. Thus, Mackey goes on to say, in all these ancient mysteries, while the sacred plant was a symbol of initiation, the initiation itself was symbolic of the resurrection to a future life and the immortality of the soul. In this view, and you'll find this very present among lots of Masons, Freemasonry is now taken the place of a lot of these ancient mystery schools and initiations. Okay? And this perennialism continues. In Scripture, it says that King Solomon asked the king of Tyre to send workmen to Jerusalem to build the temple. Mackey points out, according to Masonic legends, that the builders from Tyre coming to Jerusalem represents people from throughout the world gathering to Jerusalem to bring spiritual wisdom from their own mystery religions to synthesize them together into a singular, unified system of thought. Perennialism, that's what this is. But you see this. This is what I'm kind of hearkening at. I'm not making the declarative statement that all Masons are perennialists. I mean, you kind of have to pray with Muslims and etc. and other religions, right? But this overarching of like declaration of like this, I think a lot of them just don't understand what perennialism is. Like a lot of the Masons, they don't really get this deep into it, into the philosophy and stuff like that. But the ones that do seem to be very vocal, and then a lot of people represent the whole organization like this. But they do have elements of this baked into baked into their ideology. And again, just to reiterate, perennialism is the belief that all religions share a common spiritual, ethical, or ideological core. This image harkens at best. All paths lead to truth, that same sentiment. Now, this is where things get interesting, and I might upset a lot of Masons. Fraternity or religion. Right? You can't see, but right here where my face is, I have a picture of like a bunch of Masons together in a non-equal sign to frats. During the Enlightenment, religion seems to be something that's very, very hard to define, right? Now, lots of Masons are very quick to say, but it's not a religion, but it's not a religion, but it's not a religion. let's define religion, my boy. From the etymology from Cicero, it comes from these Latin words, religiare, which means to bind, or the religiere, which is to read over again. As you can see right here, religiare, religio, coming together to religion. Obligation, bond, reverence, to bind. Okay? So, in ancient times, they would have considered this a religion. It's an organization of people. But by Oxford's English Dictionary, they define it as several things. A particular system of faith and worship. Let's see. They pray together, and they all have to believe in God. Pagans, Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, Sikhs, occultists, Magi, Muslims, Jews, but no atheists. You have to believe in God. Faith and worship. They pray together. That's the first definition. Second definition, recognition on the part of human beings of some higher unseen power as having control of one's destiny, the general mental and moral attitude resulting from this belief, with reference to its effect upon the individual or the community. Personal or general acceptance of this feeling as standard of spiritual and practice, as a standard of spiritual and practical life. What the heck just happened? Hold on. Let me get back. So, in essence, it fits both of those definitions. Devotion to some principle. They devote to lots of principles. Strict fidelity or faithfulness. They do that. Conscientiousness. Pious affection or attachment. Here's some other definitions from some philosophers. Religion means the belief in spiritual beings. Sir Edward Bernay Tyler. Religion is the name of belief in that power which gives eternal cleanliness to human being. Religion is the recognition of all duties as divine commands. Kant. So if we take this definition of religion, right, from Kant or any of these three definitions, what is their reason for having a faith in the grand architect of the universe? The reasoning for having this faith is that when you die, you want some sort of authority. They don't believe that you can be morally good if you don't believe in some sort of a judge after you die. Okay? That's just to say that a lot of religions that are allowed in don't even believe that. Buddhists think that everything's an illusion, etc. There's several different directions you could take this in. Pagans don't even have to be creationists. It goes in several, it just starts to fall flat whenever you start to really put it to rigorous definition. Because you can't just go around saying, we're not a religion, we're not a religion, we're not a religion, without defining what you perceive religion to be. But let's look at a fraternity definition. A group of people associated or formally organized for a common purpose, interest, or pleasure, such as a fraternal order, guild, a men's student organization, a student organization for scholastic, professional, or extracurricular activities. This is what they define themselves as, a fraternity. But from what I've just showed, it's both. It's both. So from this perspective, because I know I'm going to make some people mad, it is a mix of both. We can't play ourselves and say that there is no religion. They say that it is not a religion, but it's religious. There's a lot of wordplay, and people would take it a lot more serious if there wasn't that element, okay? Next, this is where we get into a little bit of the fun, boys. This is where I'm going to have some fun. Let's decode some Masonic symbols, okay? Now, let me see if I can move myself. Hold on, give me a second, boys. I'm trying to move my camera to the right so you can see these tracing boards, because this is where it'll start to get interesting. Where did I go? Did I go off screen? Yep, I went off screen. It don't matter. I'll do this part off screen. All right. So, this is what you call the first degree Masonic tracing board. And then you have what's called the second degree tracing board and the third degree tracing board. Now, they have several different symbols that they use, but I want to focus on these three to really explain Masonry. Now, every single thing in this image is meant to be symbolic. This image is symbolic, but it shares more of a story, and then this one is back to the symbolic. So, hold on. Let me open some of these things up. So the first thing, and all this information can be found on several Masonic websites to kind of explain through what these things mean, what they are, and there are deeper meanings to them, but this is the general thing, okay? So starting with the outside. This outside pattern represents the planets, okay? And then you get to these tassels. These represent the 4 virtues, okay? So you have these 4 virtues and these 3 virtues, theological virtues. Now we'll get into later on the kind of adoption of these symbols, because these are, as if you're Catholic, you know, these are Catholic things. The 7 virtues, cardinal and theological. But it's one of the things that they adopt, okay? So you have this symbol of the blazing star, and this refers to the sun, right? It enlightens the earth. And what they say is that it enlightens the earth, and by its benign influences dispenses blessings to mankind. That's what that identifies right here, this sun. I didn't have my cursor on the thing. And then after that, you have the holy book, the Bible usually, with the compass. And then you have the compass right here on top of it, which symbolizes 3 movable and 3 immovable. Or, hold on, I'm trying to read this. Basically, the compass, I'll go off of what I've read and interpreted as. This is kind of circumscribing your passions. It's all in relation to Solomon's temple, okay? So you have this idea of the compass and the square. You also have symbolism within Christianity that represents a compass and a square. This is not inherently evil. Lots of people see this and they automatically think this is evil. This is very common symbolism. Within the Christian paradigm, it represents the heavens as being the circle. So you see how you have this thing that's the circle, creates a circle. You create circles in geometry with the compass. And the earth as we perceive it as being squared. So you have this symbolism of the heavens over the earth. This is echoed. See, I'm trying to say how this is not evil inherently, because you have these arches, which are the heavens, and this is really common in Orthodox Church, as well as in more basilica-designed Catholic churches. You have normally a dome, so you have the heavens, and then underneath it, the earth. And this is also echoed in columns. But anyway, back to the tracing board element to this. You have these 3 symbols as you see it next to these pillars, which we'll get to it. This S, W, and B, this refers to strength, wisdom, and beauty. Some more virtuous elements to Masonry, right? But you have these 3 things here, which are the square, the level, the square, the level, and the plumb rule, okay? And the square is what they say is the square is to try and adjust rectangular, or within the operative frame, it's to adjust rectangular corners of buildings and assist in bringing rude matter into due form. The level is to lay levels and provide horizontals, and the plumb rule is to try and adjust uprights. Now, this is kind of like the first degree understanding of these tracing boards, because the symbolism goes a lot more in depth as you progress through these degrees. So you have that. The next thing is you have this rough stone back here called the rough ashlar. This stone is unhewn, and it's supposed to represent like self-improvement, as you kind of being a stone that needs to be hewn. Okay? What they say is that it's taken from the quarry until by the industry and ingenuity of the workmen, it is modeled, wrought into due form, and rendered fit for the intended structure. This represents man in his infant or primate state, rough and unpolished as stone, until by the care and attention of his parents or guardians, in giving him a liberal and virtuous education. And we'll get into the 7 liberal arts in a little bit. But they say his mind becomes cultivated, and he is thereby rendered a fit member of a civilized society. And then you have this polished stone, which this represents the stone of true die or square, fit only to be tried by the square and compasses. This represents man in the decline of years after regular, well-spent life in the acts of piety and virtue, which cannot otherwise be tried and approved than by the square of God's word and the compasses of his own convincing conscience. They do this a lot, and especially within the lower degrees, they add a lot of complexity and vagueness to it. But in essence, you can just simplify this represent in these super symbolic images, which are meant to be read as like education while you're trying to better yourself as a Mason, right? Again, you have, this goes straight back to the Catholic doctrine disagreement. You have all this focus and all this effort into self-improvement, but it takes your eye off of the theosis. So, next symbol. Some of these images are a little bit different, but the next symbol you have is this point. You might be able to see it, but you have a point with a circle where the brethren cannot err, is what it says. The circle is bound between north and south by 2 grand parallel lines, one resembling Moses and the other King Solomon. On the upper part of this circle rests the volume of the eternal law, as you see the Bible, and it's supporting Jacob's ladder, as seen here, which is the common symbol of progression towards the divine. It would bring us to him who would not deceive us, neither will he suffer deception. In going round this circle, we must necessarily touch on both those parallel lines, otherwise on the sacred volume. And while the Mason keeps himself circumscribed, he cannot err. Hearkening back to that compass, meaning to circumscribe your passions. We'll get into that in a little bit, how they use Solomon's temple as symbolism. And the way they use it is, within Solomon's temple, you have 3 areas, right? You have the outer court, you have the sanctuary in the Holy of Holies. Now, the outer court, pagans, non-Jews can go into it. The inner court, you have to be pure. You have to be a Jew. You have to be holy. Then the Holy of Holies, only the grand priest can go in. And the compass and the square represent that in the same way, where you're supposed to kind of circumscribe your passions to be in the court. And then you kind of want to, they get pretty complicated with it. I will give them that. It is pretty interesting. But anyway, so you have this with the 3 theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity. They don't really keep to the Catholic definitions of these. We'll get deeper into these later, but I'm just trying to show you how they decode this. The next, again, as you have strength, wisdom, and beauty, they take a lot of symbolism from these orders of architecture, which if you're an architecture student in like college or something, that's where you will learn this stuff. But again, it's just another example of something that they adopt from somewhere else and kind of ingrain it into their symbolism. So as you see, this column is adorned with the Tuscan style, or as they would call it, the Doric, this is the Doric style. And then you have right here the Ionic style, and then you have the Corinthian, as you can see here, style. So the three great pillars supporting a Freemason's lodge are emblematic of those divine attributes and further represent Solomon, king of Israel, Hiram, king of Tyre, and Hiram Abiff. Solomon, king of Israel, for his wisdom, completing in dedication to the temple of Jerusalem, to God's service. Then you have Hiram. Then you have Hiram, king of Tyre, for his strength, right here. Then Hiram Abiff for his beautiful, masterful workmanship building the temple. So there's those symbols. And then in the heavens, as the ladder reaches you and rests on this sacred law, I'm trying to read through this right here, hope and charity. And then you have this right up here, which is the moon, right? This kind of can be said to represent duality. Very often you have the twin pillars, as we'll get to in this symbol, as Joachim and Boaz, or Joachim and Boaz. There's several different ways to pronounce it. Then you have this checkerboard floor, which kind of has several different meanings. It could represent duality. It could represent diversity, all sorts of different things. They have lots of different definitions. You have certain symbols on top of these things. Just there's not much that you could say is satanic. It's just a lot of symbolism. Now, let me try to fix my camera back, because I think I should be able to do this next section on there. Give me a second, boys. Okay. Now, the next is the second degree tracing board. And again, I have several links to all of this stuff that if you just go online, you find this. So what do you have? You have the two pillars. Now, you can see that the central theme is that of these pillars, right? J and B. The pillars, they say is that it represents this ancient myth told by Josephus, which you can go and look this up if you're really interested and want to learn more about it. But some of the things they say that upon Adam's prediction that the world was about to be destroyed at one time by the force of fire and another time by violence and quantity of water, they made two pillars, one of brick, the other of stone. They inscribed their discoveries on them both, that in the case of the pillar of brick should be destroyed by the flood, the pillar of stone might remain. This is these two pillars right here, the Joachim and the Boaz. You see this symbolism taken in a lot of different directions over and over and over. Certain Egyptian architecture, there's lots of different references for this, right? But just know that these two pillars mean several different things. Duality, all sorts of things. Then you have these globes. Now, the two globes are distinct, right? This is, as they say, there's more duplication for emphasis. Each teaches an individual part of universality. What is universal on the earth? As, for instance, the necessity for mankind to drink water in order to live. It's just a lot of yap on here that unless you're like a Freemason and you're interested in this type of stuff, they'll go on and on about these symbols And that's really what I want to get across with talking about these symbols in particular, these tracing boards, is that there's an endless amount of interpretation on what these symbols could mean. Okay, especially on these tracing boards. This one's a lot more strict because it represents the third ritual, right? There's a resurrection, death and resurrection ritual that the participant plays. But to just end our conversation on this tracing board, you have these 3 steps, 15 total. These 3 steps where you have the square, the level, and the plumb line, and they kind of represent this similar essence here. Then you have the 5 senses, hearkening to the 5 types of architecture with these columns. Then you have the 7 liberal arts, going first with the trivium, then with the quadrivium, which is grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, geometry, music, astronomy, and there's a couple other things. Now, hold on. My thing's tweaking out now. Now, within this 3rd degree, this was pretty interesting, and this will go on to really illustrate how secretive this actually is. So there's several different websites that you can go to find this stuff. I mean, if you're really interested in finding this stuff, dang it, this thing keeps, hold on, bear with me, boys. So, let me show. This is an example of one of these Freemason websites, right? Where they try to keep their stuff, and they say username, and then they have a password. And they all use the same password for a lot of things, which is just Tubal Cain. It is who was the first artificer in metals? Tubal Cain. It says that in the Bible. So you hit this, you say, Master, and I'm not trying to be like disrespectful here, but this is just how they say they're not a secret society, they're just a society with secrets. So, I messed it up. Hold on. So you get access to it, right? And now you're in, and they go through and decode all the symbolism in these tracing boards, which I'm not going to go through because I got to get this going. I don't know how long I've been streaming for, but it's been a while. I want to try to get through a lot of this. But this is how easy. I've got several links to each one of these things. And again, all you got to do is look this stuff up, and it's pretty easy to find out and learn. Again, you can find out about this apron. You can find out about chalk, charcoal, and clay. All of this stuff. It's not as secretive as you think. Again, I showed how these symbols have been used for thousands of years, even in church architecture. You have this painting of Fuxi and Nua, these like Chinese gods that have a, right here, square and a compass. Now, let's get into the rituals. So, these both are illustrations, old illustrations of the 3rd degree ritual, right? Now, this is where it's going to be interesting. Most of these rituals and the books about them can all be found online. Lots of Masons, if you are a Mason, will reference you to this Duncan's Masonic Ritual and Monitor, which is this. Hold on, I don't know why I'm having a hard time with this. It don't want to work with me on full screen, boys. So this basically goes over all the dialogue, all the attire of this ritual, what you do, and everything like this. And you can see that it's not anything satanic. Let's look and watch the ritual. This is on YouTube. Some guy wore a hidden camera and basically leaked it. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm really just trying to show Catholics and everybody else that they're not killing goats or anything like that.
Furthermore, Protestants swear
that I will answer all these signs
that I will answer all these
How loud that
signs
is.
given me
by the hands of a brother
by the hands of a brother
of this degree.
of this degree,
and will obey all summons sent me
and will obey all summons sent me
from within the body
from within the body
of a just
of a just
and legally constituted lodge
and legally constituted lodge
of Master Mason.
of Master Masons.
If within
If within
the length of my cable toe.
the length of my cable toe.
Furthermore,
Furthermore,
that I will aid
It
and
looks
assist
a little crazy at first, but once you get further into the ritual, it's not like anything crazy. They kind of do like a little bit of they do like a drama, like a play. And then you can see these Duncan's Masonic ritual and monitor, and you can basically follow along with the whole thing, with the way that they're attired, with the conversation back and forth. We saw that a second ago. This right here at the very beginning, and they do the kind of like this what's it called, like a resurrection ritual all around Hiram Abiff, who is not a biblical figure, but it's a very simple thing. Here, there's one part I want to show you the similarity. And you can find this video, it's like 2 hours long, on YouTube if you want. We're not going to watch the whole thing. But
in search of the Grand Master Hiram Abiff and the deserters from the temple.
it's just like a play. Like, it's like if you went to like just a high school play or something. There's no malicious intent to it or anything like that. Some would even say that, like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but some would even say that it's just kind of corny.
Towards jump.
Looks like some King Solomon, the fall tracks have returned.
All across of your reports.
Jose, King Solomon. Read 3, telegraph.
Skip. It's like a congregation or like a council meeting and things like that. There's just, I was going to go a lot deeper into a lot of this type of stuff, but I don't think it to be necessary and prolong this video on and on. It's not evil. There's, as we're about to get into, it's just doctrinal differences for Catholics. Now, the Taxil Hoax, okay? This is where it starts to get, this is where a lot of our modern day assumptions of Freemasonry come from. This guy, Taxil. In the late 1800s, he was a Mason. He was one of these French free thinkers, right? And he would write numerous anti-Catholic books and papers. And he wrote this one right here, which was about Pius IX. It was very vulgar against Pius IX, right? He just out of the blue one day converted to Catholicism. He renounced all of his previous affiliations. He went to his lodge and told them that he's no longer into it and he's a Catholic. And then he started writing books on Freemasonry Association, exposing them and saying that they were satanic. He would use all sorts of codes and symbols and say that they meant demon worship. He created this grand narrative about Pike that we'll get into in a minute. But like most of the incredible people, or like most of the people, he would include some real truth, and he would include some like truths to it, like things that actually do that you could see, like we looked at in this book, Duncan's Rituals. He would include some of this stuff, but then he would add crazy. Oh, I keep getting out of. Then he would add like crazy things, like include Baphomet into it and all these different things. And most of these books and stuff were published and sold to like mini bookstores, shown to the Pope, and a lot of stuff. And he created this thing called palladism. Now, Taxil claimed that palladism was an elite secret rite within Freemasonry, founded in 1870 in I think it's South Carolina by Albert Pike, a real guy in Freemasonry that all people deem to be like the Pope of Freemasonry, who wrote Morals and Dogma. This is where lots of people get their hate from Pike from, okay? According to Taxil, he received these mystical revelations and established palladism as a way to restore the true ancient Masonic tradition. In this version, he involved the worship of Lucifer, and they basically took a lot of this stuff out of context. Pike was also apparently magically, they have this thing of this phone, right, that Taxil invented, where there's this weird little phone that he uses to contact other groups of palladists all around the world, and he was telepathically talking to them with like magic. One of the key figures was Giuseppe Mazzini, who's the Carbonari guy that we'll talk about in a little bit. But basically, Taxil said that these palladists started by Pike believed Lucifer was the true God and Jehovah was evil. Okay, like a weird sect of Gnosticism, right? And some of these rituals that they apparently performed were things like black masses, which were like reverse mass with inverted crucifixes, blasphemies, and the desecration of Christian symbols. Summoning and communication with demons, especially a demon named Asmodeus, was said to serve as the demon prince of palladism. Participants supposedly engaged in orgies and human sacrifices and magical practices. Palladists allegedly used, and this is that typewriter powered by a demon, which allowed spirits to type messages in conferences between Satanists across continents. Diana Vaughan is like this female person that Taxil created that was in France and was supposed to be like the queen of palladism, the queen to Pike. Taxil created the character, supposedly the grand priestess of Lucifer. Being raised in satanic lodges and trained in magical rites, giving dramatic confessions and all this, he started paying people to do this. She claimed to have personally seen statues of Lucifer that came alive and demons manifesting and all sorts of stuff, right? And then it came time where he was going to like publicly put this on display. They asked him to publicly do this and have Diana Vaughan come and attest, right? Guess what happened? This dude gets up on stage in front of all these people and is just like, y'all can't be mad because of how funny this is, but it was all just a prank. To my Catholic people, I know you will get a laugh out of this. And to my Masons, I hope you also get a laugh out of this. Yeah, it was all a prank, bro. There's several books that there's like several different things he published where he just outwardly admitted that it was a complete prank. Just crazy. This really happened. You can go and study about all of this, and it's really insane. A lot of modern conception comes, and then you see lots of modern figures, Catholics, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube people, random people spouting these hoaxes as it's real and attracting audiences with just some sort of like donkey to pin a tail on, being the Masons. It's really crazy. And whenever I found out about this, it's what really sparked a bunch of my research. Now, morals and dogma. Now, lots of people call this the Freemasonic Bible. They call this lots of different things. They really just go crazy with it. You can find this book PDF form online. You can read the whole thing if you want, or you can get a copy for like $25 to $40. It really depends. Okay? Some quotes that people have taken, they say that Pike calls Lucifer God. Now, there's this one chapter in page 321 that basically says like this, and this is a how metaphorical Pike is throughout this book. It's really a hard read, one of the hardest books you'll ever read, because of just how much he just tries to be metaphorical and give analogy to and combine all these elements. He says, there are 7 seals to be opened, that is to say 7 mysteries to know, and 7 difficulties to overcome, 7 trumpets to sound, and 7 cups to empty. The apocalypse is, to those who receive the 19th degree, the apotheosis of that sublime faith which aspires to God alone, talking about Masonry, and despises all the pomps and works of Lucifer. Now, usually they don't read that part where it says that Freemasons despise all the pomps and works of Lucifer. And then he goes on to sarcastically say, Lucifer the light-bearer, strange and mysterious name given to the spirit of darkness, Lucifer the son of the morning, it is he who bears the light, and with its splendors intolerable blinds feeble, sensual, and selfish souls. So he literally mocks Lucifer for being called this thing, because in Isaiah 14:12, we'll get to where he says this and stuff. This is where we get this name within the Latin, in the Latin Vulgate, of Lucifer the light bearer. Okay, in the word how it was translated from the Hebrew, right, in Isaiah 14:12. And actually, I'll read it. Who, and this is going to be in Old English, so bear with me, boys. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? So as you can see right here, this is the verse that they get, where we get Lucifer from. The attributions of, like, declaratively saying Lucifer is Satan comes later on. Okay? But this is what our focus is going to be on for a minute, right? Now, why does he say Lucifer, the light of the morning, or the son of the morning? Well, Satan and Lucifer, both in terms of nowadays, and nowadays the way we interpret these texts, they both refer to evil spirits, or the chief adversary to God. Satan/Lucifer is traditionally understood as an angel who rebelled against God and was cast out of heaven before the creation of humankind. Satan comes from the Hebrew word Satan, meaning adversary. Lucifer comes from the Latin word Lucifer, meaning light-bearing. So he's not saying, like if you read this within the context, he says, he's talking about Masons. He says Masons who are in the 19th degree. The apotheosis of the sublime faith which aspires to God alone and despises all the pomps and works of Lucifer. And then he goes on to sarcastically mock him. And we really have to understand etymologically why he is doing this. Because in the Latin and the Hebrew, you have a totally different word. I think it's called Halil, is how it's pronounced in the Hebrew. But as you can see in the 1611 King James Version, they put, instead of Halil, they changed the word to Lucifer in Isaiah. And this is the translation, because you kind of have, hold on, I have the thing going to the hermeneutic here. I think this is it. So basically, in Hebrew, it is written as, yes, it's written as Halil, okay? So Lucifer is kind of an accurate, they say it's morning star is how it's translated from the Hebrew. And they say that Lucifer is basically describing the light of the morning. Now, what is the light of the morning? The light of the morning in these ancient times referred to as Venus, the star that was able, or the planet that was able to be seen Okay, you could see the light of it while the sun was rising, right before the morning. So that's where they get this from, okay? And with the rise of Christianity, Lucifer also became regarded as the name of Satan before his fall. The biblical use of Lucifer began, yes, with Isaiah, to account this fall of Babylon. That's what this is detailing in Isaiah 12, or 14:12, right? So, he says, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning?" Later on, this Old Testament passage was compared with Christ's word, "I beheld Satan as light falling from heaven." And then this, in terms of like you get later on into Milton's Paradise Lost, and he makes his whole antagonist, or protagonist, Lucifer, right? And combines this, and you just kind of get within the zeitgeist this attribution of Satan and Lucifer. But what Pike in Morals and Dogma is basically doing, not only is he outright saying that they despise all the pomps and works of Lucifer, but then he goes on to mock it. So this really disproves any of that. Then you have other quotes that are taken out of context, especially out of context because these two quotes that are often in this image put together come from hundreds of pages in difference within the text. But he says, "Masonry, like all the religions, all the mysteries, conceals its secret from all except the adepts, and sages, or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled." What is he saying there, right? The blue degrees are the outer court or portico of the temple, symbolizing within Solomon's temple that outer court. Part of the symbols are displayed there to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. It is not intended that he shall understand them, but it is intended that he shall imagine he understands them. The true explanation is reserved for the adepts and the princes of Masonry. Now again, taken out of context and combined together, but let's just entertain this. He's not saying, just like I showed you earlier, these are very symbolic images that could be interpreted 100 different ways. What they basically do for the entered apprentice, or let's say the fellow craft, is they give them a very basic interpretation of these symbols. And they're not going to give them the master 32, or not master because it stops at the third degree, but they're not going to give them these later on interpretations that aren't even agreed upon, okay? So to briefly go a little bit deeper into Morals and Dogma, this book is not considered binding doctrine by Freemasonry, but it has had major influence. Pike is critical of religious dogma and emphasizes reason, allegory, and personal enlightenment over rigid belief systems. And very much it's just a moral system with a lot of Kabbalistic theology, lots of history and stuff like that. Especially from, I haven't read the entire book, but the chapters that I have read in the 28th degree and the 30th degree is where you get a lot of the Kabbalistic stuff intertwined with it. And again, he's what you refer to as a esoteric Mason. Not all Masons have to believe in all this perennialist stuff, right? They don't, or not perennialist. They don't have to believe in all this esoteric occult stuff. It's certain ones that they're not forbidden to do it, so a lot of them end up getting interested into this stuff. So a couple notes that I had was that he sees certain things like the Inquisition, dogmatic control, and political entanglements of our church as kind of anti-free thought, and against his ideals within Masonry of personal enlightenment. He's frequently, okay, this is referenced and cited in lots of modern Masonic text, right? It's less used in the lower lodges, the lodges you see in your towns and stuff like that, but it's interesting. he talks a lot about the Neoplatonic emanation, okay? Not as much of creation. And honestly, I would say it has some pretty good arguments and pretty good perspectives that if you were debating like an atheist or something like that, it would give some extra perspectives to, let's just say, God. Not Catholicism God, but he does do a good job to debate the atheist point of view. And, yeah, so it's pretty good, explanation for the non-Christian version of inner illumination, but it's not as strong as our theosis. So there's that. Now, to understand morals and dogma, this is so philosophically dense that it's insane. And the amount of metaphors that he uses are crazy. So I figured, for a little bit of fun, I would give a brief philosophy slide on here to kind of understand how I go about comparing someone like Pike versus Catholic Thomistic philosophy. So to define, and we're going to run through this really quickly. So to define philosophy, we define it as a systematic, really, this is not just a bunch of incoherent Michael Jordan quotes, right? That's not philosophy. Philosophy is a systematic study of fundamental human questions, often exploring the nature of reality, knowledge, or values. And very often, I really ascribe to this, you break it up into three categories. So as I have in this thing where I've kind of compared Catholic Thomism to Pike's esoteric views, I kind of judge it on these three categories: metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. What is metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics? These are things that are long college courses that you can take. But briefly, metaphysics is the study of reality. Epistemology is the study of knowledge, how we know things, what we know. And ethics is the study of moral values, right? So some key topics in metaphysics would be being and existence, time and space, free will, determinism, etc. Epistemology would be belief versus knowledge, sources of that knowledge, reason, truth and justification, skepticism, and ethics. And ethics would be kind of more like moral theories, justice and rights, that type of thing. And the way you go about, Pike doesn't really use a lot of syllogisms, okay? And a traditional syllogism is basically goes like this. It would be a statement like, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. You see that progression logically? And logic is another system. These are not just like a lot of people that get into this stuff, they really put like the definitions of logic or philosophy as just like throwaway words. Like, oh, I'm being logical, I'm thinking logical. Or, this is my philosophy, that's his philosophy. And whenever you ask them, they'll give you like some self-help Tony Robbins quotes. These are not things that you just throw quotes or just say. They're actual like systems that you go to college for to study. And Pike, he's more of like a rhetoric. He uses a lot more rhetoric, okay? He uses a lot more metaphor. He uses like almost like an esoteric explanation for everything, and it's just a lot of rambling. So ways that I kind of have compared Thomism to Albert Pike's esotericism is that within our metaphysical view, we see God as pure act. We use the analogy of being. God is the ultimate source and cause of being, while creatures are beings that exist and derive their being from God. Pike, on the other hand, sees God as absolute faith, hierarchical. He has this hierarchical cosmology, which basically is like the cosmos governed by harmonious and hierarchical laws. It's not really any sort of personal type thing. There's no participation as we see it, right? And then epistemology. We use faith and reason as complementaries, right? We also have natural theology. Humans can know God through observation of the natural world. Pike says esoteric knowledge through initiation and symbolism, inner illumination, and the study of like hidden truths. That's his definition or his version of epistemology. And a lot of, not every Freemason, but a lot of their epistemology is like that. Then ethics. Our ethics are grounded in natural law, virtue and sin, define rationally, accessible to human reason, and reflects God's eternal law. Morality linked to belief in God is Pike's view, okay? He conveys this through symbols. Pike suggests that morality is based on the belief in God and accountable. And this is kind of the general Masonic view of this. Is like you have to believe in God because we don't think that you can be moral unless you believe in some sort of judge or somebody that you see at the end of your life, right? Next. Now this is where we get into the weeds. This is really going to start dismantling a lot of Catholics' point of view. The Carbonari is the main focus of a lot of Catholics. Once upon a time, there was a custom that if anyone wanted to create a secret society, they would model it on the Masonic lodge system, whether it had anything to do with Freemasonry or not. This was kind of what led people to believe that this basically, they thought that most secret societies and stuff like that, they believed that the most effective, I need to reword this because I wrote this in a hurry. This is kind of like the mystery school thing. You have initiations, you have these steps, right? And then you have these, you kind of keep a lot of the knowledge esoteric where it's buckled down, not a lot of people know it, to keep it mystical and keep it engaging. And this same system was kind of repeated throughout lots of things. So, a lot of secret societies sprang up that were not Masonic, but were organized within these guidelines, right? So such were the Orange Order, the Carbonari, the Gardeners, and the exiled supporters of Napoleon Bonaparte, as well as things like the Illuminati. I put in the Bohemian Grove and the Skull and Bones. They kind of take this same model, right? At the end of the 19th century, the Golden Dawn, the premier occult society in the English-speaking world, was founded by three men who happened to be Freemasons. And not surprisingly, they themselves incorporated features of Masonic structure into the order. Even though it is not Masonic per se, likewise in France, Papists founded Martinism on the lines of French Freemasonry, even though that's not Masonic either. It gets really confusing because a lot of occultism is based off of the Kabbalah, which attaches, again, I want to make a quick note right here. There's lots of different Kabbalistic schools, okay? So you have it spelled different ways. You have it spelled with a K, and that's more harkens towards like the Jewish people and the Zohar and that type of stuff. Then you have it spelled with a C, which is more of like the Rosicrucian, Hermetic Christian people. And then you have it with a Q. And the Q is the real broad Kabbalah, which is where it's like all these different practices pushed into one. But basically, a lot of it, they use the Kabbalah, and a lot of it is reference from King Solomon's temple, okay? And this is the central subject within Freemasonry. But we got to remember, regular Masonry, for the most part, has resisted a lot of these attempts towards occultism. It is esoteric, but it's not necessarily occult. So, the origins of the Carbonari. In Italy, there was these strong anti-clerical policies which were supported by an Italian secret society, this is their symbol, known as the Carbonari. And they were kind of like Freemasons, but instead of being builders with stone, their name literally translates to coal miners, okay? So they were deeply involved in this movement called the Unification Movement, okay? And they had lots of influence from Freemasonry. And nobody really knows the specific origins of this group. a lot of people can make all these claims that they are descendants from France that came down into Italy, and that they are these evil Freemasons that are from Italy and from France that are both trying to move in on the church and destroy it. And we'll get into Pike's letter to Mazzini in a second. But I'm going to go over some of the things that I found regarding their origins. Okay? Some say that there were some radical parties in France that after defeat sought shelter in Italy. There's other origins that claim that they come from King Philip, the father of Alexander the Great, and that it was founded in Switzerland by Saint Theobald as a way to protect and give shelter to travelers. Another theory is that they're from British origins. Many say that they're from the Scottish Rite, okay? And then other people say that they're from British troops stationed off of the coast of Italy. And another thing that I want to note, though, is that I'm not trying to blur lines here. We do have a direct correlation between the Scottish Rite being introduced in the 19th century through the city of Malta. So there is that. There are some things you can juggle here, but I'm trying my best to just give an overview of this history without directly pinpointing some sort of conspiracy, because there's no true way to connect them. There really isn't. Now, several rituals and symbols, this is where a lot of this connection comes from, were seen as very similar. This is some illustrations of their symbols, very similar to the beginning of that Master Mason ritual that we watched earlier. But several rituals are found among the Carbonari are very similar to the Illuminati, which is a real organization founded in 1776, and the Freemasons. They also used lots of Christian symbols, but they weren't interpreted in the same way, just like how the Masons used the Christian symbols, right? And they also focused a lot more on the esoteric beliefs, which they molded these symbols from all these different things that kind of aligned with the organization, just like the Freemasons did. But again, there's no direct correlation. The Carbonari documents that the purpose of its society was to prepare its members to fight against totalitarian regimes. Many of the Carbonari were a lot more radical and were actually anarchistic in nature, and they hoped to overthrow most forms of government, as well as most forms of organized religion. And this is where a lot of the extremist side of things come from. The Carbonari were particularly secretive, and very few documents actually exist. This is why it's so hard to pinpoint them, okay? We do know that they had a strong secularist and anti-clerical bent to them, though. They were very aligned with this Italian unification movement, which sought to unify the vast Italian states as one. But the main issue, and this is where the Catholic Church comes into the play, was the Papal States, as well as, we're going to get into this in a little bit, the main figure within this movement that really sought to acquire these Papal States was a Freemason named Giuseppe Mazzini, and he's claimed to also be a high-ranking member of the Carbonari. So, there's an alleged, this is where it gets really interesting, boys. This is where, this is disproven. But once we get to the Third World War, if you're based, you'll get how this is kind of very interesting. Again, this letter was supposedly wrote from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini. He was the revolutionary we discussed, on August 15th, this is the alleged date, 1871. And it outlines a 3-part blueprint for world domination. Now, the reason why this is allegedly is we have proven now that the only earliest dating of this writing dates back to the 1950s, okay? Which eliminates both these men as they would be dead, but it will be interesting. Keep in mind, this is not proven at all to be by Pike to this man. but it was the 1950s. Both of these events predate the 1950s, but this event is kind of what's going on right now. And if this was in the 1950s, that's crazy. That's all I'm going to say. Let's read. The First World War. Purpose to overthrow the Tsarist regime in Russia and establish communism as a tool for weakening religious and national institutions. How are we going to do that? We're going to create tension between the British and the German empires through political maneuvering and alliances. The outcome will be an establishment of atheistic communism in Russia, which would serve as a destabilizing global force. Okay? Communism, described as atheistic and nihilistic ideology, would then be used to destroy monarchies, things like the papacy and the magisterium, and weaken the, well, it goes on to say this, weaken the influence of organized religion, especially Christianity. So that actually happened, pretty much just like that. Lots of other key things left out, but pretty much that was the First World War, okay? Then you get to the Second World War, predicted. And again, we have to remember, though, this was 1950. This was not actually written. This is proven to be fake. The Second World War, to create conflict, purpose to create conflict between the fascists and the political Zionists. Okay, Zionists, we all know that, the ones who want that nation state of Israel. And the strategy was to encourage the rise of Nazism and opposition to Zionism, leading to the war and destruction of Nazism, and establishing in the outcome the state of Israel, increasing tension in the Middle East. That actually happened. 1948 was whenever, off the top of my head I can remember, whenever Israel was founded. And there's lots of fuzzy little things. This letter really, it really echoes that other fake letter that's been kind of disproven, the Protocols of Zion. They're really similar, and if this was 1950s, this is where it gets crazy right here. This is a predicted event that hasn't happened yet, but tell me if this sounds a lot like our modern world, or modern tensions. The Third World War, to pit political Zionism against the Islamic world, igniting a global conflict. Strategy, manipulate social, political, and economic tensions to foster extreme divisions between the Muslim world and the Zionist powers. And the outcome will be an exhaustion of all major global institutions, followed by the global acceptance of Luciferian doctrine as the replacement for organized religion and traditional belief systems. Okay? And they're kind of using in this letter that whole trope of Lucifer and the light. So that's also been besides the actual evidence of the physical letter only being in the 1950s, it's also disproven in a hoax, because as we touched on earlier, okay, we know he was being sarcastic. We know that this is not really Lucifer worship, but going too far. But they use that as if that's what Pike was talking about. So we know that's not really his stance and from his perspective. So that's another reason. But let me read what some of the things I noticed for it being a hoax even more. There's no original record in the archives. It's never been produced in Pike's published works. The first appearance is in the 40s or 50s after Pike and Mazzini died. Terms like Nazism and Zionism apparently were not coined or widely known in 1871. Zionism emerged in 1890 with Theodor Herzl, and Nazism didn't exist until the 1920s. Now, the origins of this are pretty interesting. It's first cited by a guy named William Guy Carr. He was some Canadian conspiracy theorist and a naval officer, and he admitted he never saw the original letter, but cited Cardinal Caro E. Rodriguez, he was a Chilean anti-Masonic figure, as the secondary source. And other people, later on, this is how it came to be. And again, like I mentioned earlier, there's a big misrepresentation. If you're going to try to play the role of Pike with Leo Taxil-like misrepresentation, then it kind of devalues it. But it is pretty interesting. This letter is interesting. Some of the quotes that I found pretty interesting were, "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists and provoke a formidable social cataclysm. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves will exterminate those destroyers of civilization. Disillusioned with Christianity, they will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer." Oh man, that's insane, ain't it, my boy? Some things have came true, but the claims are really vague, and it's just not true, okay? So let's continue this. Now, the majority of Italy was Catholic, and Catholicism played a huge role in the culture, as it still does today. And the Catholic Church in Italy had a strong political authority, and large territory of land, explain this a little bit further, were owned by the Pope. These were called the Papal States, okay? You can look this up. I'm not going to go super deep into the history of these. But some people thought that the Pope should be king. And I don't know, I align myself more with kind of like a Christian nationalist. I kind of like that. I romanticize it a little bit, but I haven't really looked too far into it, so I'm not going to speak too highly on this. But others rejected this, obviously. They took a very secularist and anti-clerical view, and many of these were the Carbonari. Now, this is where it gets even spicier. There was a document written by the Carbonari in the 19th century, and it was called the Permanent Instruction, Alta Vendita. It laid out a blueprint on how the Carbonari were to subvert the Catholic Church from within, and would share Enlightenment ideals among young seminarians as a hope that one day they would elect a pope which shared these ideals. The secret papers of Alta Vendita that fell into the hands of Pope Gregory XVI embraced a period that goes from 1820 to 1846. They were published at the request of Pope Pius IX by I don't speak all these foreign languages. You can read that in his work. Well, let's try. Let's not be a puss. Critino Joly, in his work, The Roman Church and Revolution. Now, here's a quote that I found in there. "Our ultimate end is that of Voltaire," which is basically hearkening back to the French Revolution. And it goes really in depth with this, okay? It's really weird, okay? We'll get into a little bit more conspiracies in a little bit there's certain figures within Catholicism like Taylor Marshall who writes books like Infiltration, but I'm going to try to disprove those as well. The Pope, whoever he is, will come to the secret societies. It is up to the secret societies to take the first step towards the church with the aim of conquering both of them. We do not intend to win the Pope to our cause, to make them neophytes of our principles. We do not intend to make them neophytes of our principles, propagators of our ideas. What we must ask for, what we should look for and wait for, as the Jews await the Messiah, is a pope according to our needs. So this is what they're saying. They want to basically put a bunch of propaganda out there, liberalize the church, bring somebody into their fold that will come in and be a pope with their ideals, and they can rule it from within, okay? Now, the Catholic Church's response to the Carbonari was, and this is also, you can find this in this book right here by George E. Dillon, The Grand Orient Freemasonry Unmasked. When Pope Leo XIII was presented with a copy of this book, he was so impressed that he ordered an Italian version to be completed and published at its own expense. In the encyclical Humanum Genus, Leo XIII called upon Catholic leaders to tear off the mask from Freemasonry and make plain to all that it really is. The publication of these documents means a tearing off of the mask that's what the because all Catholics wanted to know that these secret societies plans to subvert them from within, and so that all Catholics would be on guard and hopefully prevent such a catastrophe from taking place. Now, this crisis peaked around the 20th century when the liberalism of 1789 had been blowing in the wind, had been swirled into the tornado of modernism. Father Vincent Micelli identified this heresy such. These were some of the responses, okay? He described modernism's trinity of parents. He wrote that its religious ancestor is the Protestant Reformation, its philosophical parent is the Enlightenment, and its political pedigree comes from the French Revolution. Saint Pope Pius X, who ascended to the chair of St. Peter in 1903, recognized modernism as a deadly plague that must be. What I'm trying to get at here, running late on time, is that you start to get all this cycling in on Freemasonry from popes and saints of our church and stuff like that. And it's super interesting. Like, this is true. Like, a lot of what they are saying is true whenever you get out of the conspiratory domain, right? We're going to get into it in a second on how this was kind of false, right? But you see all these people kind of reacting to this. He said that Freemasons take this vow of secrecy to hide from the world. Now, this is where it gets a little out into the weeds, where you really got to dig into it. But in terms of like these groups being very modernist and the identification of what their doctrines are, like naturalism, the belief that reason is the highest or most direct way of knowing moral or spiritual truth, denial of supernatural revelation, denial of the right of authority to the church, anti-clerical and secularist policies, separation of church and state, the indifferentism, all religions coming in, etc., are ingrained in a lot of these Masonry, the Carbonari, a lot of these societies that were kind of pushed forward during the Enlightenment. But as we'll see here, give me a second, I need to find my notes right here. Okay. So, in essence, this letter, there's nothing really to prove/disprove it. But the main thing that stands that I want to kind of jump back on, again, not to jump in the boat of the Freemasons here, there is, like I said earlier, no connection to the Freemasons and the Carbonari. It's a completely different sect and group. All this stuff, the Alta Vendita, is true. Okay, it did come out. Whether or not it's there's lots of, it's hard to put these things on groups and say all this stuff because a lot of this stuff just kind of popped up out of nowhere. It was distributed by the church, and then you kind of get this attachment to the idea that, okay, this secret society is a Freemasonry, is Freemasonic because of all these things and blah, 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 but there's really no definite connection, okay? And then you just have like all this made up stuff on top of it, like I showed with the letter from Pike to Mazzini, as well as you have the Taxil Hoax, which happened at that same time as human genus was being produced, which was all these lies, which were being told to the Pope and the clergy, etc. So you have all these things kind of colliding at once, and then you do have like this group of the Carbonari that's very against the stuff that, from my analysis, what I see is that the church did two things. okay? They examined the doctrinal differences between the church and these groups with their indifferentism, the perennialist nature of it, the lack of the theocentric worldview, and they basically were just like, you know what? Doctrinally, they don't agree. And then on top of it, they kind of put a bunch of, so you have this ice cream cone full of ice cream, cone and all, and then they just have all this other stuff that they add to it. And you'll see as I get into the current church's opinion of Freemasonry, it doesn't echo any of these sentiments of like Satanism or evil or plots. So let's get to Taylor Marshall and the infiltration. In Chapter 9 of Infiltration, The Plot to Destroy the Church from Within, by Dr. Taylor R. Marshall, he has a chapter called Bugnini's Briefcase. This is Bugnini. Now, Archbishop, he basically says that Archbishop Bugnini, in his role in the liturgical forms that we just experienced over the last century, he says that it was all put in on Bugnini. All of it was him because he was influenced by the Freemasons. What he says is he recites an incident from the mid-1970s where Bugnini allegedly left a briefcase containing documents that suggested his association with Freemasonry. These documents were reportedly discovered by a priest who brought them to Pope St. Paul VI. And following this revelation, Bugnini resigned to a diplomatic post in Tehran, Iran. And Marshall interprets this event as evidence of the Bugnini's infiltration into the church and his influence on liturgical changes that took place after Vatican II. Other critics of Vatican II, the reforms of Vatican II, argue that the council's changes, such as promoting these lots of religious liberty, ecumenism, let's all be one, and liturgical reforms, reflect some form of a Freemasonic modernist agenda that want to dilute Catholic doctrine. Now, this is not going to be I've got a lot more ground to cover and not a lot of time to do it. It's almost already 6 o'clock. Been going since, I don't know, 1 or 2. But without getting into the weeds of Vatican II, there's little proof to this. I'll just say that. You can do your own research. There's several other figures that were involved in the reforms during Vatican II. The reforms actually date back to the late 1800s, where this desire for liturgical reform came from. And I just think, look, I love the Latin Mass. I love the idea of it. I love the Mass of the Ages documentary. I really like a lot of that, right? I find it to be very beautiful. And I'd probably go along with it if someone was to ask me if I don't know, I kind of have a soft spot for the Novus Ordo as well. But if someone probably asked me, would you rather change it all back to Latin Mass? I probably would say yeah. Even though I am a mainly Novus Ordo going person. But with that said, we need to understand very clearly that this is not set in stone, okay? None of these things these people say, like Taylor Marshall, right, are proven, okay? If this stuff was proven, we'd have a huge problem, but it's not, okay? But a lot of this about Vatican II, it really is just, I don't know. Let's get into a whole other issue. But the claims, what I'm looking at is the claims of the Freemasonic infiltration. What are they? And these are a lot of them. Just kind of empty. I mean, they create a cool little narrative. Let's go a little bit further. Okay? They say that he's the key figure of the Novus Ordo in the new Mass introduced in 1969. They often accuse him of being a Freemason. Some claim that he deliberately simplified and Protestantized the Mass to make it less sacred and more palpable to a modernist or secular sensibilities. I don't buy that. I feel that I've been to very holy Novus Ordo Masses. Some might argue that, but there are them that exist. And a lot of these Latin Mass people that are like, only Latin Mass, it gets ridiculous, bruh. You're not going to tell me that every single person that goes to a Latin Mass is holier than the Novus Ordo grandma or grandpa that'll go through the whole entire rosary every single day, constantly be praying, constantly being at the church, just extremely holy. It's ridiculous. And this narrative, I find it to be more damaging to the church than the reform itself. It is said that Pope Paul VI was disturbed by these accusations and eventually removed Bunini and assigned him to that position in Iran. Traditionalists interpret this as a silent acknowledgement of the infiltration. That's what Taylor Marshall does. But there are no verified documents or church declarations that confirm Freemasonic infiltration. Much of the theory is based on anecdotal or circumstantial evidence, and there are lots of other key figures, like I said. To me, I'm going to make this point very clear. I'm a lot more newer of a Catholic than Taylor R. Marshall, right? But what he does here with all of these claims towards the magisterium is borderline heretical, okay? Sitting there and basically, and they get even crazier, bro. They get into saying things like Pope John Paul I was murdered by them and then hidden and then like they literally get into VaticanCatholic.com, St. John Paul II was Antichrist. They get into that territory when you start going into these conspiracies. And I get it, okay? You read this stuff. Pope John Paul I died on September 28th, 33 days after being elected. His abrupt death was a supposed heart attack. Conspiracy theories particularly suggesting that it was orchestrated by the Freemasons. There's no claims. If there was like some concrete evidence, then maybe. But my knowledge of what the Masons are, what I've gone over so far, just disproves this. And this is not why you should not be a Freemason as a Catholic. And this is my main gripe with all of this. It's ignorant and it comes from a lack of rigor. And if we're going to be honest with ourselves, we need to just drop this conspiracy nonsense and start really explaining to people through proper catechesis why you can't be a Freemason doctrinally. So, lastly, real quick, before we get into this stuff, I got a couple more things that these people like to point out. So I'm not being super overly generous. There was a bishop in the Philippines named Julito Cortez, okay? And he basically, in 2023, asked Pope Francis, what's the modern church's declaration on this? And basically, he said, because the membership to Freemasonry is really significant in the Philippines. And this is basically what the late Pope Francis says, okay? On the doctrinal level, it should be remembered that active membership in Freemasonry by a member of the faithful is forbidden because of the irreconcilability, because it's irreconcilable between Catholic doctrine and Freemasonry. Basically, really pinpointing that it's a doctrinal issue. Now, a couple other things people point to that I want to include just to acknowledge them, because I know that if any like super rad trad Catholic watches this, they're going to point this out, saying that I went too easy on Freemasons. We have some things like the Catholics and the liberals in Mexico with the Cristeros and all of that stuff. So let's go over this. In historical context, 19th and 20th centuries, Mexico underwent major political upheavals. The Mexican Revolution and the Reform War, and it challenged the church's power. Liberal leaders like Benito Juarez were associated with Freemasonry and enacted reforms to limit the church's role in civil affairs. Here are some conspiracy theories, and I'm not going to disprove them, I'm just going to lay them out, okay? They suggest that Masonic influence was behind anti-clerical laws and the reform laws of 1855 to 1863 and the 1917 Constitution, which restricted church rights. The Cristero War, 1926 to 1929, was this Catholic rebellion. There's a really good movie about it. Is seen by some as a direct response to the supposed Masonic campaign to destroy the church. Allegations focus on the Masons infiltrating the government to promote secular education, suppress clergy, and I can't talk today. And basically to destroy church property. Okay, so this is a theory. There's no concrete evidence of it being completely designed and orchestrated by the Freemasons in the Cristero War and all of that. It's mainly just like a lot of these ills are modernism and the Enlightenment. Okay, and Freemasonry by a byproduct. Because if we want to be real, the true Enlightenment ideal is atheism. Let's be real with ourselves. Masonry promotes belief in God as a key factor in life, okay? So let's just be a little bit generous here and just acknowledge that one aspect. Lots of Catholics, I guess, think that God that they promote is Lucifer. I mean, I'll be real and say that if you're praying with a Muslim and a Hindu, who knows, who knows what they're imagining in their mind. That Hindu that believes in the grand architect could be sitting there having like 10 different images of idols in his mind, and you're joining in with it. That's very heretical. I would not endorse that. And that's one of the doctrinal differences. Another one, Freemasonry in France. France has a long history of tension between the state and the Catholic Church, especially during the French Revolution. It has promoted secularism and suppressed the Church's power. Freemason often associated with Enlightenment ideals like reason, secularism, and anti-clericalism, gained influence among French intellectuals and the political elites. Okay? Here are some conspiracy theories surrounding it. Alleged Masons orchestrated the 1905 law on the separation of church and state, which formalized secularism and removed church privileges. Accusations include secret plots to erode religious values, promote atheism, and weaken papal authority. Okay? Again, there's no concrete proof. You just got powerful people who, some of them are Masons and some of them are not. You can't say all of them are. That are got a secular ideology. But I know where I live in the South, there's lots of Freemasons that are extremely conservative, and their only liberal view that they hold at all, comes with this idea of the indifferentism within their rituals. So there's that. I want to acknowledge this before we really get into the actual, because I'm about to really go into the doctrinal differences. Let's be fair. Let's acknowledge the hospitals and the numerous charity, different organizations, charitable organizations that they have. It is estimated that every day Freemasons raise $2 million for these various charities. They help kids with cancer, and the Mason, who is my family member, was what you would call a Shriner clown. And he spent a lot of his time outside of working for a living, going and trying to entertain burn victims and cancer patients. And that's not satanic. That is ridiculous if you would acclaim that the whole movement is satanic. You just can't. George Washington famously said, "Freemasonry is an order whose leading star is philanthropy and whose principles inculcate an unceasing devotion to the cause of virtue and morality. They're big on this, okay? So, here we go. Oh, this is getting long, boys. Here we go. Theosis versus spiritual and moral ascent. This is where we mainly differ, okay? Protestants might not understand this, which is why so many of them can be Freemasons, but this is the main reason that I've found. Christians, we believe, true Christians, we believe in this idea of theosis. It's the process by which the Christian becomes united with God or participates in God's divine nature. It is central to the spiritual life in both Eastern Orthodox Christianity and Catholicism. Though the concept is more emphasized in Orthodox, this is a problem that I see a lot. Key characteristics, okay? Or I'll compare them back and forth. Freemasonry is an esoteric and symbolic society. It also emphasizes self-improvement, enlightenment, and moral ascent, but the concept of the spiritual transformation is quite different than theosis. Freemasonry is a non-religious organization. We showed earlier how it kind of is like a pseudo-religion, though it incorporates spiritual and philosophical ideas. First thing, we have divine union via grace. Theosis does not mean humans become divine by nature, but participate in God's divine life through the grace of God. God-given grace, given through the sacraments, prayer, virtuous living, and it elevates the soul. We participate in the natures of God. We don't become God, okay? But we participate, and this is where we become like, okay? Freemasonry has self-improvement and enlightenment. Freemasonry emphasizes personal development through knowledge, morality, and philosophical inquiry. It aims to enlighten the individuals through symbolism, rituals, and initiations. Now, our system is Christ-centric. Theosis is ultimately a Christ-centered doctrine, as it is only the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ that humanity can access divine union. Only through that. Christ is the mediator of the divine life. In Masonry, however, it is a deistic or impersonal view of God. While Freemasonry acknowledges the existence of a supreme being, Grand Architect, it does not specify a personal Trinitarian God, as in Christianity. Freemasons' review of God is more impersonal or deistic, leaving room for members to have their own beliefs. We believe in the creator-creature distinction. Theosis acknowledges the ontological difference between the creator God and creatures. While humans may become divinized, they do not become God or lose their created nature, okay? And there's the quote, right? Like, Christ became man, so man became God. But a lot of people, this is what puts them off to theosis. They hear that and they don't hear the explanation. It's like, we do not become another member in the Trinity, but through participation in the nature of God, we achieve this union, okay? A direct knowledge. They believe in human potential and reason. Freemasonry's focus is on human potential and rationality, with an emphasis on developing moral virtue through personal effort and philosophical study rather than receiving the divine grace. We have sacramental participation. The sacraments of the Church, especially baptism, the Eucharist, and Holy Communion, are the means by which a person is brought into the union of God and receives divine life. They have esoteric knowledge. Initiates into Freemasonry progress through rituals and symbolic teachings that reveal moral and spiritual wisdom. This knowledge is not available to everyone, but is acceptable through the Masonic system. Lastly, we have moral perfection and virtue. Theosis is linked to the personal purification from sin, growth in virtue, and imitation of Christ. It is a gradual process. We're supposed to imitate the life of Christ, not literally play out it literally as it happened, but the things he did, the way he prayed, the way he acted. Jesus Christ was not a Freemason, okay? I know that's a little bit of a stretch, but it takes our eyes off of him with these long, drawn-out systems. You could sit there, I just got this the other day, you could sit there and study something like the Ignatius Catholic Study Bible, right? Or you could separate your time. You could become extremely knowledgeable about Scripture. Try your hardest to become a saint. Read all these medieval manuals. Do all this stuff. Be a really active participant in your church. All these things. Or you could divide yourself. I'm not going to divide myself for Christ. They have, or the imitation of Christ. It is a gradual process that continues throughout the believer's life. They have, instead of that, ethical self-cultivation, as we'll call it. Freemasonry promotes moral development, brotherhood, and altruism. However, its ethical system is not based on any divine law or revealed morality but only on reason, tradition, and Masonic principles. It's this big difference. And here's the conclusion to this main comparison. Theosis centers on grace, divine revelation, and Christ's work for salvation. Freemasonry emphasizes self-directed moral improvement, esoteric knowledge, and the pursuit of enlightenment without the dependence on divine grace or a personal God. Theosis teaches that humans remain distinct from God, become deified by grace. Okay? While Freemasonry's ascent has humans striving for moral perfection, but not any sort of divinization, and without the concept of salvation, okay? Personal salvation. The clash is clear. Christianity sees theosis as divinely ordained, while Freemasonry sees moral and spiritual ascent as something achieved by human effort through wisdom, initiation, and symbolism. Now, briefly, I want to touch on theosis and ascetical and mystical theology. This has been the fruit of my studies as of late. If any Catholics are watching this, right, and you haven't gone down this path, I highly recommend this. Catholicism is not simply a set of beliefs, but a living, transformative path that brings the believer into the very heart of God, where the finite and infinite intersect in this mysterious union. Through the incarnation, the event where God becomes human in the person of Jesus Christ, Catholicism offers a vision of God who is both transcendent and deeply personal. The Eucharist becomes the culmination of this union, a sacred meal that bridges the gap between heaven and earth. By partaking in the body and blood of Christ, the believer is invited to share in the divine life, a participation in God's grace that sanctifies every aspect of our existence. This is not distant, abstract, but is a deeply personal and communal reality. The church is the bride of Christ. And as it offers believers the sacraments, sacred rituals, and prayers that allow them to enter into this union with God. This journey of theosis, right, is rooted in the transformation of the soul by God's grace. But this path is also, it has practical steps. This might be the Freemasonic critique of Catholicism, right? Oh, dude, but we have all these steps, and it's this progression, and it's very practical. We have that too, but nobody talks about it. All they want to talk about is pizza balla and Cardinal Sarah and just crazy Catholic drama. Nobody wants to go back to the roots and talk about this stuff. So, what are they? Ascetical theology provides the necessary, and their branches. Theology is one science. They're branches of said science, these two things, okay? You also have dogmatic theology, etc., but these two are very important. Ascetical theology provides the necessary framework for this journey, emphasizing the purification of heart through practices like fasting, prayer, and almsgiving. Asceticism in Catholicism is not about denying the body or its desires for the sake of punishment, but about ordering the desires towards God. By detaching from worldly distractions and cultivating virtues such as humility, charity, and patience, the soul is prepared to encounter God more fully. Through ascetic practices, a believer learns to empty themselves, making space for God to fill them with divine love and wisdom. At the same time, we have this other category, mystical theology. It opens us up to a deeper and more experiential union with God. It is about contemplation, a profound and direct encounter with God that transcends just this intellectual understanding. The saints and mystics throughout history, like Saint Teresa of Avila, Saint John of the Cross, and Saint Catherine of Siena, have described the experience of being drawn into the divine presence, a presence that is both intimate and awe-inspiring. Mysticism in Catholicism is not about escaping the world, but about exploring God in its midst, seeing His presence in all things, and being recreated by His divine encounter. The mystical life teaches that the highest form of prayer is one being recreated by this divine encounter. The mystical life teaches that the highest form of prayer is one of silent, loving surrender of God, where words fade and only the purest love remains. Catholic spirituality, therefore, calls the believer to a life of transformation. Okay? Through this life of virtue, prayer, and grace, we are invited to become what we are actually made for, partakers of the divine nature, fully united with God in the ultimate communion of love, truth, and joy, these things that Masons are searching for. Some are the reasons why I don't see it as compatible. It might be okay if you're a self-interpreting, non-denominational Protestant, but not all religious systems in the world are exclusive, okay? Christianity is. Christ is the only pre-announced figure in all religions. No other religions were sitting there being like, okay, and he will be put as a debt for our sins. They will do all these things to him. No, Buddha didn't have that. Vishnu didn't have that. Muhammad was not pre-announced. Christ was talked about for over 4,000 years. He was in the beginning. Do not diminish that. It's very critical. Nowhere in Masonry is it suggested that a man must be born in baptism, that God became man in Christ, and that he died for our sins, that he founded a church with authority to teach what is necessary for salvation. These become secondary and supplementary and sectarian dogmas in the eyes of the lodge. Under no circumstances should they violate Masonic etiquette by dragging these dogmas into the lodge or mention the name of Jesus Christ aloud among their brethren. This is the real apostasy of the Christian Mason. Here is where the Christian Mason assumes the role of Peter on the night of crucifixion, okay? He's just about, okay? He stands in the lodge among those who deny or ignore Christ. and he participates in worship and prayer from which his Redeemer's name is carefully excluded. And he is testifying before men, I know not the man. Okay? This is where it gets crazy. It's not the conspiracies. It's that you are literally dividing yourself before Christ. You're giving Christ your legs while the craft has your upper torso. We cannot, as Christians who believe in theosis, who deeply desire to know Christ, it's incompatible. Being a Freemason in the Catholic and Orthodox understanding can interfere with this theosis because it diverts the believer's focus from Christ as the only mediator. Okay? It encourages a reliance on these human efforts and esoteric knowledge rather than on divine grace. This is a problem among most Catholics that I see. Lots of people who focus so much on debates and different stuff like this and doctrine, and it's like, yeah, all of that will only get you so far if you don't have a good prayer life and you ain't trying to be a saint more than anything. Okay? Even the religious stuff can become materialistic shackles, right? If this isn't your main focus. So this kind of becomes like a universal speech, right? If it's subverting your attention, the sacraments, the teachings, and the moral life of the church are indispensable for the process of becoming divinized. Becoming united with God and Freemasonry's teachings, rituals, and secretive oaths may conflict and hinder this central Christian goal. Okay? You're searching for the light. We have the light of the world. It's a hard thing to reconcile. How do you equate these things? And you can't talk about religion or progress. So instead of devoting all of your free time to Christ, His church, etc., you're going to now divide that and have it in a whole other section where you're focused on self-improvement, you're focused on wisdom that you don't think you can gain from Christ, and you're dividing this time. It becomes a very slippery slope to walk down. Next thing, the symbolism that's changed, okay? Freemasonry has this long history of drawing from different religions, especially Christian symbolism, okay? But these symbols are transformed and reinterpreted from their original Christian meaning, okay? In Catholicism, we are the originators of the all-seeing eye, with the eye of providence. It represents God's omniscient nature. God sees all and is aware of all human actions, and it's depicted as the triune Godhead, okay? But in Freemasonry, it represents just a higher power. It's dissociated from the Christian God, and it's kind of given this universal name coined by John Calvin, okay? And it's more of a symbol of universal spirituality. It focuses more on individual moral progress. And it's often seen as just kind of impersonal. But the Trinity, our triune God, is very personal. That's the whole goal of our Christian life, is theosis, knowledge of God. Next is the cross. You see this with a lot of things, governments, etc. But the cross in Catholicism is our central symbol, okay? It represents everything. The sacrifice in the defeat of death, okay? And it's the ultimate act of divine love. And Freemasonry often uses this cross a lot through all the symbolism. But it's more of a symbol of moral instruction, spiritual enlightenment, and moral triumph of the human spirit. Again, we go all the way back. We go all the way back to the origins of Freemasonry, and it started out as a Christian thing, right? You saw a sect separate itself and then eventually merge back in because it started to die out, but it's dissociated because they started incorporating so much of this stuff. Thoughts on J.D. Vance and the recent passing of the Pope? Hey, my boy just making his rounds. That's all I'm saying. But no, I don't know. I'll mainly speak on the Pope. I don't really pay a lot of attention to Vance or Trump. I feel like they got like a lot of weird things going on. Trump acts like an idiot, acts like they don't know a lot, but he's obviously does. On the Pope, it is a controversial topic, isn't it? His legacy overall, right? I'm going to just say I'm going to just say this, right? He is a Jesuit, full and full, okay? His whole thing is he wants to be, or was, he wanted to have humility. He wanted to showcase joy and love. And in doing so, and I'm going to perceive this in two ways, and in doing so, it kind of held on to this, almost at times he chose this belief in, I wouldn't say universalism, but it's kind of like just like universally loving everybody. He definitely was an ecumenist. That's without a doubt. He definitely was that. But he kind of chose that over this traditional thing. And it was an interesting papacy, I'll say that. I'm newly into Catholicism, so I didn't really pay too much to it overall up until like the last 6 or 7 months, and I've just been kind of relearning it. Lots of crazy things. I'm not going to sugarcoat it either. Pachamama, that's wild. Pachamama, Pachi what? Like, that's for real wild. Okay? In the basilica, next to St. Peter's tomb. That is one of the wildest things. And I'm not going to cut him. Rest in peace, Pope Francis. I will say that, okay? But it gets to a point where you have to ask yourself, how do you get to the position of a pope? You have to be recognized among your peers as having like a very, very broad array of knowledge, and just kind of you're just knowledgeable in a lot of things. You don't get put in the papacy because of ignorance or because you're just like a normal parish priest. He had to know a lot. And then to make those decisions, that's where you got to question it. It's like you're at that level of power making those decisions, but it's just a very complicated thing that I don't know. We'll see. I think right now what we need more than anything is kind of like a St. Pius X. I think that's kind of where my views within Catholicism are leaning towards. Not like super extremist or anything like that, but I do feel like he was just kind of, with the times and the culture and whatnot, he was the Pope. We needed a much more traditional Pope than what we had, but it was interesting. So, the cross symbol, misinterpreted. And, what's up, Sean? If I get big enough, I might launch that coin. The temple. Everybody knows this. The temple, right? Solomon's temple. You'll see it. You get into the esoteric Masonry stuff, they get kind of crazy with it. They'll start saying Solomon's temple means sol and mon, moon and sun, and they lose it. But in traditional Masonry, the way they interpret the temple is the same way that I explained earlier. Just imagine the rectangle. You have the outer court, the sanctuary, and the Holy of Holies, right? So everybody can be in the outer court, pagans, whatever. Sanctuary for priests and Jews and people like that are seen as clean, keep the ritual purity. Holy of Holies is where the high priest, one person, can go. And they separate Freemasonry in that same regard. That's the way they view the temple. It's all about the temple as symbolically your body, okay? So in Catholicism, we view the temple in regards purely as the thing that David wanted to build, and then the thing that Solomon was gracefully allowed to build, okay? It is seen as the prefiguration of the Christ, okay? Of the church as well, the head and the body. in the symbol of God dwelling among his people. You have this beautiful thing. I really have been enjoying. I've been listening to like a couple podcasts on the rosary that are not on it, but you know how they'll do certain people when they do the rosary, they'll give like a long talk about it. And on the joyful mysteries in particular, just the two last mysteries, the presentation at the temple and then the finding of Jesus in the temple, it's more, I'll just say it's more symbolic than Freemasonry. The beauty of typology, the beauty of seeing all these things is just outstanding. I'll say one thing real quick before I forget. I got this yesterday, and it has some beautiful typology in it. I mean, the way that it, like, I'll just show you Genesis, right? This is the Scott Hahn Bible. Look at Genesis in the notes. You got 2 lines of verses, and then all of that is notes, and this is pretty common throughout it. So I'll say, give a quick review on this book, or on this Bible, right? What I would say is, if you're really into reading like manuals, and you read things like Aquinas's interpretations and stuff like that, you could kind of just stay with the regular Bible. But if you're like looking for just like an all-in-one, something as you're reading to kind of just bounce back and forth and see it all, it's great. But it takes about 3 months to arrive. But anyway, the church itself is considered the living temple, where God is worshipped and the faithful are sanctified. This is furthered by the typology of Jesus being presented in the temple, as I said. But within Freemasonry, it's also symbolic, but it's mainly focused on like this construction of like moral development. One of the things, again, I'll say again, that they say within the compass and the square, right? They say to enter in, to go from the first degree, where you're in the outer court, to the second degree, where you're in the sanctuary, you have to circumscribe your passions. So this is some of the symbolic language that they use. Circumscribe your passions. And then the next one, the way they, you know how we have body, soul, and spirit? They have body, mind, and spirit. They don't really focus too much on like the soul aspect of things. So what they'll say is, in the outer court is your body, the bodily things. In the inner, in the sanctuary, is your mind and your intellect, that you're getting rid of those passions. And then to get to the Holy of Holies, you basically have to, how do I put this? You have to kind of, they literally call it apotheosis. We have theosis. Theirs is apotheosis. It's a very common thing when I've studied like occult stuff, where it's very akin to divination or divination with like the tarot and stuff like that. But it's more of like a spiritual architecture. And it's less about knowing God's dwelling place and more about building one's life and moral character. Some other symbols that they use that yeah, I mean, I will say, in regards, if I look at it as a whole, technically, he could definitely be seen as a bad pope. He just, when you compare it to other papacies, even, like, I know Benedict the 16th had lots of controversies with the scandals and all of that stuff, and that's one of the reasons, apparently, why he resigned. But still, you see just the overall respect of the church is greater. I will say though, even though it does show how respected the pontiff is in the world. I mean, even with Pope Francis being borderline a heretic and bad, he's still all the world leaders were coming to Francis because he is the vicar of Christ. Ain't no president, ain't nobody got that. So, the Lamb. In Catholicism, we know the Lamb. It's the sacrificial Lamb who takes away the sins of the world. Okay? In the Eucharist, the Lamb, where Christ, the Lamb, is offered for the salvation of our humanity. But they also use symbols of the Lamb. They use the apron as a symbol, okay? It's made out of lamb skin, but they use it more only in the sense of purity. They also use light as a symbol, okay? We use light as a profound symbol of Christ being the light of the world, right? It defines divine truth, revelation, salvation, and the presence of God in the life of the believer. But to Freemasons, light is a central symbol, but its meaning is more for the search of knowledge, personal enlightenment, the awakening to moral and spiritual truths, and it's not at all truth revealed through Christ. It's more about this intellectual enlightenment of human discovery. And what am I getting at by showing this, okay? Catholicism and Orthodoxy see these symbols as representing divine truths within our salvation and redemption. But Freemasonry reinterprets these in a way that aligns with a personal development, spiritual enlightenment, emphasizing Christ, or without emphasizing Christ as the sinner. And it's harmful as we go on with even more reinterpretations. It lacks the theocentric view, right? So they also, might be a surprise. Catholics are the ones who really, from the Greeks, but really pioneered this 7 liberal arts, this system, as well as the 7 virtues, cardinal and theological. They're deeply rooted in Catholicism. And Freemasonry has taken these and made their own version. So within Catholicism, we have, I guess I can't assume because I don't know who's going to watch this, but prudence, justice, temperance, and fortitude. And they govern our human behavior. And then we have the theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity, and they are infused by God. It's very different than what they believe. They pertain to the believer's relationship with the divine. Faith leads to belief in the divine revelation. Hope fosters trust in God's promises, and charity expresses divine love, which is the highest virtue, charity. Freemasonry also has all of those, cardinal, but it's more of like with a humanistic context, more self-derived, rather than the theocentric one. Faith becomes less about trust in Christ and more about belief in universal truth. Hope focuses more on moral and spiritual evolution within the community, rather than eternal hope in Christ's salvation. And charity, while still valued, as I explained earlier, with all of the charities that they do, $2 million a day is not nothing. It's often emphasized just as philanthropy or moral duty. It's not this divine love we as Catholics aspire to. Same with the other ones. They reinterpret the virtues as tools for personal and collective progress, not through the concept of theosis. Same thing with the liberal arts. If you don't know the liberal arts, they were really developed by Plato and Aristotle, as well as other philosophers. Mainly in the Middle Ages is where you get this, through Boethius. And the 7 disciplines were divided into 2 groups, the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, and the quadrivium. They were basically seen to Catholics as a pathway to knowledge of God and divine truth through reason and education. Trivium teaches basically communication, while the quadrivium is basically mathematical and cosmological understanding. Grammar was a means of understanding God's word through text like the Bible. Rhetoric was used to convey the truth of the gospel, and logic helped in understanding theological principles. The quadrivium, especially arithmetic and geometry, were seen as pointing to the divine order and creation, and it was believed to be constructed according to mathematical principles. This whole idea of math as a discovered form, which has, I've mentioned this in my last 3 videos, been literally declared by Roger Penrose. Roger Penrose, the quantum physics icon, if you will. Mathematics is discovered. Freemasonry, however, takes these liberal arts and reframes them within a humanist and esoteric context, basically disconnecting them from this theological origin. The trivium are emphasized as tools just for effective communication, debate, and analysis. The quadrivium are basically just talking about geometry and the order and harmony of divine creation. It takes away this Christ-centric view. These subjects are seen more as symbols of universal law and the principles of the great architect rather than tools to understand God's eternal wisdom or the theological truth about creation in Catholicism. So, with all of these symbols contrasted, Freemasonry shifts the focus from a theocentric worldview. What do I mean by theocentric worldview? Well, to explain worldview, everybody has what the Germans refer to as a Weltanschauung, which this was really coined by a lot of those German philosophers, the German psychologists, people like Freud, people like Jung, that type of stuff, where everybody, and Jordan Peterson expands upon this with his maps of meaning, and then he kind of recently just became Juden Peterstein for some reason, I don't know. But basically, this is why atheists have no fold within the Freemasons as well. But everybody, whether you're a Buddhist, whether you're a Hindu, whether you're a Protestant, whatever, you have a worldview, and realistically, it can be devised by really 3 different things. I'm kind of coming up with this on the spot, so bear with me. History, your view of history, and a lot of the time, before I give you the 3, this is a pendulum. You have Protestants that don't read the Bible, don't know anything about it, just go to church on Sunday and wear Christ like he's a pair of tennis shoes. And then you have some that are devoted monastics. So you have that study theology, know all the ins and outs of all sorts of philosophy and everything. So you have this pendulum but generically, to put a definition on it, worldview is what you view your history from, your philosophy, as I mentioned previous, the metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, as a rigorous system, not just Michael Jordan quotes, that's a good philosophy. No, philosophy is a structured system. And theology, how you view God. Okay? So those are your worldview. Now, within a theocentric worldview, especially a Christian paradigm, you focus on that third last one the most. Theology, more than anything. Okay? An atheist doesn't have a concrete worldview because they don't have no theology. They don't believe in it. It's thrown in the garbage. So all they're left with is some form of philosophy and some form of history. And it leads to nihilism. Okay? So it shifts the focus from this on one that emphasizes divine grace, sacraments, salvation in Christ, to this more human-centered philosophical approach where these virtues and arts are interpreted as pathways to human perfection and intellectual progress. Let's build up the community. Let's build up our minds. Bro, you have to start with trying to become a saint before any of this. In the process, Freemasonry distances itself from the Christian purpose of these virtues and arts, which are viewed in Catholicism, as instruments of theosis. That's one thing. This is the last thing before we really get on to touching on other things that do this. Think about it like this. If the Catholic Church let's just be generous here and say since the Middle Ages, since the 12th century, have been teaching this worldview with these instruments, with these symbols, there's lots of latitude you can go in with Catholicism. You have the charismatics, you have you just have lots of latitude within it. You can be a free thinker, you can be a fundamentalist, you can be a traditionalist. But within the church paradigm, the church has, through its divine gifts of just infallibility, they have created a cloak for us to wear that is very sound and a very good system to achieve this theosis. And whenever you sell that system, and the reason why I'm making this so complicated is I'm coming at this from the perspective of a Catholic Freemason. Whenever I was doing all this research, I came across so many people that were like, I'm a Catholic and a Freemason. It's like, bro, just because the bishop didn't say you're out, you are spiritually cut off if it's in the doctrine. And another thing, if you don't even believe that, as a Christian Mason, you taking these symbols and contorting them, how is your brain going to balance such complex things in two different paradigms? The Masonic one and then the Catholic one. But this one isn't a religion. It shouldn't have anything. It's really just a complicated issue. So briefly, I don't know if I'm going to go through all of this. Some other, what this is called, to put a definition on it, is an anthropocentric system. There are many modern and esoteric systems, both spiritual and philosophical, that borrow imagery, structure, and practices from Catholicism, but they strip them of this theocentric worldview, Gnosticism, Neo-Gnosticism. What do they borrow? Baptism, concepts of divine knowledge, Savior. They'll say that the demiurge is bad, Yahweh's bad, Christ is good. Spiritual ascent, some micro form of theosis, usually apotheosis. It's a departure. Gnosticism, they reinterpret salvation, not as union, but as an escape from the material world. Knowledge is gnosis. Matter is often seen as evil. There's not body and soul live in the world but not of it. It's, oh no, that's bad, this is good. The New Age, meditation, usually taken from the Christian contemplation. I mean, you can go far back and say that the Brahmas had meditation, but a lot of it, when you read the manuals on meditation and awareness, comes from this monastic thing as we know it in Western world. You have spiritual hierarchy, moral virtue, Christ as this master, Christ consciousness, but it universalizes and relativizes religious truth. It's all relative. It's just the same thing as almost Protestantism. What's keeping me, if I'm New Age, from this form or that form, and then you just bounce. It takes the idea of revealed truth and the need for grace and sacraments. Okay? Secular humanism, deism, right? Christian moral values. They'll take the new law on the Sermon of the Mount, the Beatitudes. They'll take these things, and then the language, and they'll take all this. Like you'll hear atheist professors say that, oh, there's never been a better thing of ethics written ever than the Sermon on the Mount. And then they won't believe in Christ. It's like, what do you think? That some dude just came up with this divine stuff? And it just departs, takes it away, and then it just breaks down. Theosophy. This is theosophy right here. This is kind of like a lesser known. There's one guy that I watch named Roger Buck. If you want to see kind of like the depths or the latitude of Catholicism that you can go into. Now, again, I'm very traditionalist. I'm very against a lot of certain things. But he came from this camp of theosophy through a book that I have right here. Now, a lot of Catholics might not understand this. Before I show this, I'm going to give this some context. This book was written by a New Age person who was in New Age and Theosophy and all this stuff, and then came to Catholicism, and he was basically like a Manly P. Hall figure that came to strict traditional Catholicism. And it's been accepted by the Catholic Church, this book, before I show it. It's been accepted by the Catholic Church. There's pictures of it on St. John Paul II's desk, and it has a foreword by a cardinal. Okay? So this is accepted. And the reason why I was kind of hesitant to show it is it's called Meditations on the Tarot. Now, you might be a journey into Christian Hermeticism. Now, you might be like, what the hell? Meditations on the Tarot. What is he doing? It's not divination. What he's doing is he's basically using these archetypes of the tarot to explain certain elements of the of Catholicism, and at no time does it kind of sway from this. It's hard to explain, but there's this guy named Roger Buck. He's a smaller channel that I've watched kind of frequently that explains this, and he's a Latin Mass traditional Catholic. And this brought him to the Catholic faith from literally living on a commune in, there's this famous commune over there in Europe where there's like a community of these theosophists, and they live like crazy. It's like a hippie commune, and he was paid to teach all this stuff, and then he found this book, and it basically led him straight to Catholicism. So it's pretty interesting. It's not what you think by the title, and there's PDFs on it and plenty of videos if you want to understand it. But just like Freemasonry, there have been Taylor Marshall figures who see this book and will make an hour-long video by denoting the cardinal in the book for, you're in a book about tarot, and then just not even read the book, not even see what it's about. But Theosophy, again, Rosicrucianism, cross symbolism, lots of Christian stuff, but like it, just completely dilutes it. This is, again, common theme. Break it down really easily. The theocentric Catholic view places God at the center of all reality, meaning, and morality. In this view, human life, salvation, and truth are understood in reference to God's will, glory, or divine plan. An anthropocentric view puts man at the center, often prioritizing human desires, autonomy, or reasoning as the highest authority. But in Catholicism, with this theocentric view, full focus on humility towards God, it safeguards these things, worship and truth, while an anthropocentric one risks distorting these into self-centered spirituality or relativism. So, this diagram right here very easily shows how these things are reinterpreted. No longer sacraments, spiritual rituals for inner transformation. No virtue ethics, moral self-discipline, and secular ethics. There's no theosis or salvation. It's personal growth or spiritual evolution. Christ is no longer the Savior. It's an enlightened teacher, some avatar, Buddha, moral example. No church and hierarchy. It's this fraternal order, universal brotherhood. There's no revelation. It's esoteric wisdom or reason. There is no grace. There's psychological or energetic flow. There's no prayer or contemplation in this sense, but it's mainly focused, and I'm talking about all these systems, as meditation or mindfulness or self-awareness. So, this is where I'm going to tie it all together. How many slides do we got? We got several slides left. This is where I'm going to tie it together. This is my main message, why it doesn't mesh. The Catholic vision is theosis, particular judgment, and the last judgment. The Catholic vision of theosis, the particular judgment, and the last judgment form a profound tapestry that expresses the dignity of the human person, the justice and mercy of God, and the ultimate destiny of creation. These beautiful doctrines are far from being lame or boring, because most people don't dive into this, the meat of it, but they unveil a beautiful narrative of transformation, communion with God, grounded in divine truth and animated by God's loving grace. Theosis. In Catholicism, theosis, or deification, is the process by which human beings, through grace, are drawn into the very life of God. It is not a loss of self into the divine, as in some Eastern religions. Oh, dude, we all just mesh back into the one, bro. But it's a transfiguration of the person, body, mind, soul, through union with Jesus Christ, true God and true man. St. Athanasius, God became man so man might become God. This is not metaphorical. Through baptism, the soul is born anew into divine life. Through the Eucharist, we receive the body, blood, soul, divinity, and of the divine food that nourishes and divinizes the soul. Through moral life, the virtues, and prayer, the soul is shaped into the likeness of Christ. Through suffering and accepted love, with love, we are purified and united to Christ crucified. Theosis is the fulfillment of our deepest desire, to see God, to know Him as He is, and to be one with Him in love. Unlike secular or esoteric systems, where transcendence becomes through self-effort or hidden knowledge, Catholic theosis is a gift rooted in the incarnation, the cross, and the resurrection of Christ. The particular judgment, the moment of truth. At the particular judgment, the moment of death, each soul undergoes this judgment, a personal encounter with the risen Christ, in whom all truth and love are revealed. This is a moment of clarity, not mere sentencing. The soul sees its life as it truly was, not filtered by pride or illusion. If the soul dies in God, God's grace and friendship, dies in God's grace and friendship. Bear with me, boys, I'm getting tired after this long stream. It is either immediately welcomed into heaven, I swear to God, or purified in purgatory, so it can enter into a full communion with God. If the soul dies in unrepentant mortal sin, it freely chooses eternal separation from God, what we call hell. This judgment reveals the deep respect God has for human freedom. He honors our choices even till the end. Then last of all, the final, last judgment, the fulfillment of justice and glory. At the end of time, there will be a general resurrection and a last judgment. Christ will come again in glory, and all will be raised, body and soul, to stand before Him. This is not just a replay of the particular judgment. It is the cosmic unveiling of truth and public restoration of justice, and the final triumph of His divine love. All deeds, public and hidden, will be made known. The righteous will shine in the glorified bodies, sharing forever in God's glory. Creation itself will be renewed, and a new heavens and a new earth will be established. Evil will be definitively defeated, and God will be all in all. From the beginning of time, God has been writing a mysterious and loving story, a divine play, with creation, redemption, and sanctification as its central acts. Each soul, each life, even each sorrow and triumph is a line in this script, a note in the music of divine providence. The books will be opened, not only the books of our deeds, but the book of life itself, in which God's mercy and providence were written in invisible ink. The conclusion to all of this: theosis, participation in divine life. God became man so man might become God. St. Athanasius. What Catholicism offers: a real ontological union with God through Christ and the sacraments, not just moral improvement as in Stoicism, nor disillusion into the divine as in many Eastern systems, but personal transformation while retaining individuality anchored in historical incarnation. God entered history, okay? Again, the only pre-announced person ever recorded that was 4,000 years pre-announced, not Buddha, not any of these people, entered into history, literally crucified by Pontius Pilate, said for over 2,000 years in our creed. He entered into history and assumed our nature, elevating it. It occurs through grace, not esoteric knowledge, not karma, or any effort, mere effort. Particular judgment is, and then secondly, the particular judgment, personal encounter with divine justice and mercy. What Catholicism offers with this, a personal moment of truth where every person meets Christ and he sees their life through his eyes. Immediate knowledge of one's eternal destiny, heaven, purgatory, or hell, based on a perfectly just and merciful evaluation. He respects freedom. God honors your choices, even eternally. He offers hope even at death through repentance and divine mercy. The good thief. And then thirdly, the last judgment, the cosmic unveiling of truth and justice and glory. We offer a universal moment when the full meaning of history is unveiled, every hidden act of virtue or vice revealed, divine justice shown publicly, the resurrection of the body, not just the soul saved, but the whole human person, a new heaven and a new earth, not escape from the world like the Gnostics, but its restoration, the final defeat of evil, sin, death, and suffering forever. Oh, there's that. So that's why that's where I see the difference between Masonry and Christian Masons and Catholicism, along with all of this other stuff that we just went through. The changing of the symbols and having to split yourself from theocentric to anthropocentric, through disproving all the different conspiracies. People say that it's ran by somebody, showing how the symbols are not actually evil, showing how the rituals, like I showed earlier, literally found rituals of this, and then the manuals from 100 years ago that mirror the ritual, and Freemasons on forums saying this is real, to dispelling all the rumors about Pike and just showing how his book is basically just like a Kabbalistic, Neoplatonic philosophy with a bunch of rambling, but doesn't really say anything satanic. Showing how all the letters from Pike to Mazzini are fake. Showing how, pretty interesting though, the Third World War part, but fake. Showing how the infiltration is just not provable, and there's lots of other elements to it, lots of simplification on a lot of Catholics' part, even given the fair chance, right? I showed everything that's been said, for the most part, against Freemasonry in France and Mexico, all these places. But at the end of the day, I'm going to show both sides. I'm going to show how they earn and donate over $2 million a day to charities. I'm going to show all this good that they do and all the misrepresentation that's been attributed to them. How their system is not really anything bad. It's just like for old geezers at a lodge to just come in. And also, another thing, how you don't have to be an esoteric thinker to be a Mason. There are lots of Protestant Freemasons, and I guess it fits the bill. Why? Because Protestantism, or most Protestants, don't have this view of theosis that we do. So why would they even bother? But if you are a Catholic who understands this theosis, and you understand how you will be judged, both at the particular and the last, and you truly desire this theosis, you desire to be a saint, you desire to know our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and the love that He has, and to be in union with Him forever. It is shooting yourself in the foot to divide your efforts. Because look at this. This is the best visual example that I'm going to put, okay? This is one book, the biggest. Look at this to my head, okay? This is one Bible with all sorts of notes. And then there's thousands, tens of thousands of commentaries on every single book. There's like books, the book of James, right, in the New Testament, the Epistle of James. There's 600-page book commentaries on this to understand this. St. Jerome says ignorance of Scripture is ignorance of Christ. So you have these choices. Do you want to kind of play the game? Do you want to say you're being super spiritual? You're doing all these things. You're saying you're still looking for light, even though Christ literally tells you that you've already found it if you believe in Him. You play all these different fields. You have different meanings for our Catholic symbols, okay? I know Masons, right? This is my whole impetus for making this video, that I love people in my family more than anybody else on the planet. And I felt really bad about making this whole video because I didn't want to attack anybody. I didn't want to be rude. And I know from personal experience going to a lodge, not becoming a Mason, but before I became Catholic, inquiring and seeing how they are, that it's just a social club, okay? There's nothing satanic. And whenever you see figures like Taylor Marshall, or it blows my mind, Athanasius Schneider, Bishop Athanasius Schneider, I don't know how such a brilliant, well-spoken man on church politics can buy into this stuff with the lack of rigor, or the super charismatic types that think that Masons are just putting on this whole front and putting black magic out there. It's insanity. It is absolute insanity, and it all falls apart when you look at Pike. It all falls apart when you look at Pike, and you realize that he was just probably lost himself, lost in the sauce of the symbols, lost to the sin of curiosity. Man was I'm not even going to lie, in terms of material human knowledge, he was a genius. You literally have to, I've not read this book all the way through. And the reason why I haven't read this book all the way through is it's one of the hardest reads in your life, not because of the stuff in it being true, but it's like you have to understand Kabbalah. You have to have a general understanding of Latin, Hebrew, and Greek to get his different things that he references. You have to have all this metaphor, and then also go through Masonry and understand all the little euphemisms. This is another thing. A lot of Masonry, from the Masons that I've seen and interacted with, it is just this. It is them learning these secrets. And again, this is not trying, because I do have people in my family that I love deeply, and I don't want to be like making fun of them. I think that they're wrong, but I don't want to be making fun of them. But you learn these little things as you climb up the ladder. Nothing malicious, just like cool little tidbits. And then all your guys in the club, it feels really good because you have this group. Y'all make these jokes and stuff. This is what they would do. They would come up to me when I would go in the lodge, and they would make these jokes and look at each other and kind of like it went over my head because I didn't get it because I'm not in the stuff. And they're just like harmless references to stuff they learn. So that's all Masonry is. That's all any of this is. Not every Mason has to be a Manly P. Hall esoteric person. A lot of them are just Bible Belt Protestants that see that acknowledge truth. I will say Protestant Masons are making a truthful assessment. Protestantism lacks all the ritual that they took away when they broke away from the true church. So bravo to them. You're kind of still split. You're splitting yourself by not because you're a Mason, but because you're a Protestant and a Mason. You have to make up for it because there's a lack. There's a big lack. But what my main whole point of this is, if you are considering Catholicism, or if you are a Catholic Mason, you are, just simply put, losing out. You are splitting yourself between two things that the truth is on the Catholic side, and you're just going to be digging and digging and digging endlessly. But yeah, anyway, I could go on and on and on, but I think I've said enough, boys, and it's already 7:13 whenever I started it. I started making this like 2 or 3 days ago, off and on, in my free time, and it ended up blowing up into this 50-something page slide. But I really like doing these live streams. Probably find a way to format it where they're not 8 hours, because I don't like sitting in an office chair for like 5 hours. That sucks. But I don't know how live streamers do this. But anyway, yeah, that's all. I appreciate those who tuned in. Appreciate you, Sean, Tiagos, and Kai, and then the rest of you that saw this. More live streams in this fashion, but I probably won't do this topic again, because I think I put the nail in the coffin here. But anyway, boys, y'all have a good rest of y'all Sunday.